我们邀请到的是 WBG Tap Tap 的2哈选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG Tap Tap 的辅助选手2哈。
欢迎2哈。那你登陆 LPL 也有一段的时间了，所以在最近的比赛当中，你觉得自己在哪一些方面发挥的比较好，哪一些方面还需要调整呢？
最近比赛的话，感觉跟队友的沟通做得更积极了一点吧，然后在一些对线和团战还需要增强吧。
那从你的视角看，队伍在哪一些方面还有提升的空间？你又打算在哪一些方面去帮助到队伍？
感觉近期比赛我们队伍需要在前期的进攻上做得更好吧，然后我今天也会积极的跟队友去配合和沟通的。
好，就期待你们今天比赛的表现啦。我们现在邀请到的是北京 JDG 的 Missing 选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京 JDG 的辅助 Missing。
欢迎 Missing。那今天也是背靠背的对局。那相比于昨天的比赛，在今天的比赛当中，你希望队伍可以精进哪一些部分呢？
今天的比赛的话，希望队伍可以在前期，然后更把上限提高吧，然后更有节奏的去打中期的团战。
前期非常的重要。那这一次跟 WBG 交手，你觉得队伍需要做到哪一些部分，或者是注意他们的哪一些部分，才能够成功复仇呢？
我觉得对阵 WBG 的话，需要注意的是他们在中期的时候一些运营吧，然后注意他们中野辅3个人的动向。
就让我们一同期待这一轮你们的交手。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，买33数码就上京东，国补叠加以旧换新5折起。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，6边形战士来袭。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段。本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行，让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先欢迎微博 Gaming Tap Tap、上单 Breathe、打野天、中单小虎、下路 Light、辅助2哈。欢迎北京 JDG Esports， 上单阿乐，打野勋，中单 Scout， 下路 Pace， 辅助 Missing。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第7周第3日的第1场比赛 ，WBG Tap Tap 对战北京 JDG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
是要杀了你。
Yo, what's up? Yeah.
Just dispelled random Vega, it's kind of Vega. And it turns out that means Octopus Keeper, which
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
多轮震荡飞弹。
全军出击！
惊讶吧！行动！约德尔烈火的炽热斗志。上腾的约德尔凤凰火焰。 神器！ 神器。
御塔镀层即将脱落。 这个没用。
气护盾。
Hello, I'm back. I'm watching League of Legends being thrown on my screen. I've been learning German. I'm not sure if I'm good at it, but that's not the point, is it? Let's talk about some League of Legends, shall we? I can take this off the screen too. Hello, Sam. How's it going?
How's the game?
There have been so many goddamn throws, Sam. There have been...
JDG and Weibo.
The thing is, I walked into this series knowing it was important for JDG, because JDG have lost at home twice in 4 days. And this is the third match they're playing in 4 days at their home arena. Weibo have also been on a big loss streak. They did beat IG twice in a week. That was looking pretty good for them. However, lots of questions remain about those versus Team Scout. Looking on the flank now. Could potentially steal the Alistar or the Shenzhou ultimate. This is a nasty Silas angle. Seen that play out a couple of times. You hope game 2 no cast? Why? Why? That's not a very kind thing to say. Right, we have Baron being started up now by Waver. Rumble, Equalizer across the pit. Arlo has been doing some insane work across this game so far. Shown into the pick, and he go for the steal. No, he can't.
Nice attempt there from him. He's missing now, trying to get across the unraveled earth and just can't quite do it as Scout begins to unleash in the back of the pit. Breathe, though, still alive on this flank. Snip on over. Another good unraveled earth. The Alistar ult did so much work as it is stolen away. Turns out late game Silas can just steal everybody else's ults and use them better than they can.
So, Breathe jumped back into the pit to die. Not a single Baron buff has survived through that big fight. JDG walk away with 3 alive. How long are the death timers? I don't think it's enough to end the game. Should be enough to get Dragon, though. Weibo have been in a position now multiple times to potentially get that soul. They had the 3 dragons early, and they've not been able to claim that one. Go back into the replay of the dragon of the Baron fight itself. It was a good equalizer to disengage the player first. Tien goes down very, very quickly, and then just eventually Weibo gets stuck in the pit. You know, Xiao has to walk forward, try and get some damage down, and allow Scout to just corral him into the pit, use that Alistar, get through like 3-4 rounds of cooldowns. And a big mistake here, I think, from Breathe, jumping back into the pit, thinking to get himself a play, get a kill with just the 1-stack Q. I think that was a big mistake. Dragon now being started. Weibo, they can't contest with this one, and they'll give up a 3rd Infernal Dragon to JDG.
That's tough, and I think Scout this game as well, between the Crescent Guard, between the Unbreakable Will, is practically unkillable. I mean, I think it's the honest answer to it. He's got so many defensive options, plus the Weaver's Wall from ability. Needlework and True Shot Barrage aren't the worst ults either, but I think between the Shenzhou and the Alistar, just cycling between those two makes the Silas value pretty insane already, and that's without talking about someone like Hayes, who is currently sat at 6-0-5, has got 4 items on the Kai'Sa, is utterly terrifying.
Okay, Sam, are you hopping in, or are you... What's the plan for you?
So I'm meeting up with Darrington for
cool.
lunch in about half an hour, so I can do this game and then I'll have to disappear for an hour.
Cool.
And then I shall return.
Alrighty, sounds good to me. I don't see how Weibo... Well, I mean, I say I don't see how Weibo blah blah blah. I mean, Breathe was 2,500 gold behind, now is only 500 gold behind. That is much better. You do have late game Gwen. Just very, very hard to play against late game Silas with an Alistar ult and a Shenzhou ult still. It's very, very hard to play against that.
The other side of that is then I also don't know how much I trust Breathe at the minute, and that feels harsh today because he's been one of our better carry tops in a long time, but he has actually this year for me really struggled to be a consistent carry threat. He's struggled in teamfight execution. I've not been a fan of his Gwen, honestly, which is not something I thought I'd have to say.
On the other side, you know, look at someone like Arlo, he has plenty of criticism towards him. So much. I do think that is Jax yesterday was one of the better things. Hang on a second, Shadow not cancelled by missing Ezreal. Just as we were praising Arlo, he has no flash. He will die here. Goes down whilst also burning his Zhonya's. Scout teleported in further up the lane, but no fight continues after that point. So it's a good pick for Weibo. Not going to lead to that much else. What it will allow them to do is take back some vision control, push out some waves, and feel a bit better about their positioning on the map.
Try and blame Arlo for that one, but you shouldn't have missing around, but that Weaver's Wall was really good. Maybe an earlier Zhonya's is about all you can ask for there.
Yep, and this is one of the reasons why we do value the Taliyah so much. This is the first pick Taliyah, solo kill Scout in a side lane while we were learning German. Ends up getting a good play there too. It's not really been you know, a game which has been decided by Taliyah, I suppose, but I do think it has gained value. The Taliyah has been so powerful in the meta. Maybe the strongest meta mid laner, actually. Shun off of Vision, missing spot out there. Of course, lost his LPL win streak on Rakan a while ago. I have potentially angling for a dive.
Thinking about it, at the very least, missing will hop away there with the battle dance and should be fine. Again, Rakan is one of those champions. It would be a little bit difficult to see exactly how much danger he's in because he's got so much bloody mobility. Either way, they lose that tier 2 and Weibo Gaming actually after that kill onto Arla do manage to start taking a bit more control back over various things here. Trying to steal away the red buff will not do so, so that is now the global red buff for JDG.
2 minutes until the Dragon. It will be sold for either of these teams. That's where the game is decided. That's where the game is decided. I mean, if you have like a 4 for 5 or whatever, maybe the game doesn't end there, but having the Infernal Soul after, pretty rough. A little bit worried, actually, that Xiaohu's not gone for any kind of magic pen. He's going towards what looks like a death cap coming up next, which, I mean, it's good damage, I suppose, but into some Mercury Treads on the other side, into a lot of HP from Scout. He's now got a death cap as well. Jesus Christ, that'll be powerful. Do wonder whether Xiaohu would have quite liked to have that Blighting Jewel, often a very valuable item going towards that late game.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what the breakpoints are, because obviously there's not anyone building, say, a Spirit Visage or whatever, but there's 1 or 2 Merc Treads, there is some HP, so I can see the thought process either way. If he does get the Death Cap completed, I won't hate it if he gets the full combo of the pays, you know?
Yeah, and he's pretty similar in gold to Scout, so shouldn't be too far off of Death Cap completion. Should get it before the Dragon. He's going back now, likely to get that back. See if he gets it coming out of base.
Banshees.
No, goes towards the Banshees. Alright, so he wants hyper defensive. Seraph's, Banshees, and Zhonya's for Xiaohu. I guess what he's saying is, I need to be disruptive. I have damage from the Gwen and the Ezreal. Maybe that'll be enough. And, you know, the Ezreal is a full 2,000 gold behind pays, but it's still a 4-item Ezreal. Dragon now up in a minute. JDG, Vision on top side, not bot side. We're playing over the Fog of War. Shun has a Blast Cone, is going for a... This is a very good flank. This is a very good flank. Let's see if they sniff him out.
A ward down now, they have to have an idea. It's Ura who's body blocking for the team, and he is probably the best member for it. Missing is also a
But look at that ward. But look at that ward.
Oh,
like, he has Zhonya's. He should still be fine.
He's going to be alright. They're going to jump in on top of him. All of those defensive tools mean nothing! Nothing at all! The Taliyah is dead to rights. Flashing on forward. Pays hopped over the wall. JDG now beginning to try and turn this one as Ura caught up on the other side, looking to get some value in the back end. They've lost the Rakan, but the damage is already scary as Ura has to flash away. But remember, Scout is still there alongside Shun, can continue to hunt for more. They've blown up the mid laner, they've blown up the support. Soul is JDG's.
There was a window to Zhonya's. There was absolutely a window to Zhonya's. Xiaohu was just not quick enough, and that will be Infernal Soul to JDG. It's only a 1 for 2 in terms of kills. It could have been much worse in terms of the fight. But Xiaohu, huge mistake, and Xiaohu, you gotta do better than that. They put the ward over Raptors. They knew there was a scout. There was a flank potentially in there. Big mistake from Xiaohu.
He had Banshees, Flash, Seraphs, Zhonya's. None of it was enough. Didn't get to activate the Zhonya's for whatever reason. Didn't get to blow Flash for whatever reason. And now that is, unfortunately for them, the soul all gone.
If the ward wasn't put over the wall of the Raptor pit, maybe I'd be a bit more... This one here, around the Raptor pit. They knew that likely there was someone maybe in their own jungle. Why are you positioned like this then? You know, you can Zhonya's here, right up until there. Now the thing is, that wasn't even a good combo from Vi, by the way, because you smite the spell shield off and then you get the Q. He did it the wrong way around. He Q'd and then smited, so he didn't get the immediate knockup. If it had been correct from Shun, there would have been no outplay opportunity. However, the CC wasn't landed in the correct order there, or the smite and the Q in the right order, giving Xiaohu about a solid second and a half to Zhonya's. Just didn't have the reaction time. Baron now started, Infernal Soul over the other side. At least Scout doesn't have the Alistar ult.
Got a Crescent Guard though, so not the easiest to bring down. As you can see, that our activation puts Tien down to about 10% HP, but JDG have got Baron now on the retreat. Happy enough, overcomes Xiaohu, brings down the Weaver's Wall, but to what end? There's no one really to threaten. Over goes Breathe, throws out some needles, but again, you're bringing a needle to a giant gunfight, and in comes the Equalizer. Speak your heavy ordnance, Missing may well die here. Out of range on the battle dance, Breathe can't quite get in range though. Ura goes in for a headbutt pole present to pace, who's still got a GA to work with, begins to dance around everyone with the supercharger over the back of the Baron pit. Shun and Arla though are messing with the rest of the squad. TN's GA means nothing. Light and Breathe off on the retreat, trying to get out on 10% HP each, and I don't know whether a second life would mean anything for Light without the flash. Missing looking for potential angle here, doesn't have the flash himself, but maybe look for a grand entrance. This is not going to be in range, but that's still 3 members dead plus Baron. This got to be it for JDG.
JDG, I think they've just overcome Weibo, just about flashed away from Arla. The Ezreal was very, very close there. Light coming back out of base. Still has to try and defend. Breeze not pressing the W onto the Silas ultimate. Could have denied that there. Gets some good damage to Light, actually. Oh, JDG, they've had a couple of horror stories with Nexus takes before. 2 down already. GA getting popped. Light has no flash, but could E4s potentially for one last Q. And the game doesn't end. Close on that Q.
Nexus turret's down, but that kill is clutch. When is Elder spawning? 3.5.
Well, hang on. When, is there going to be a teleport? Is there going to be a teleport? This Cyril's landing onto him. Here comes the ultimate through from the other equalizer. There is a teleport from Xiaohu. He's going down towards that bot side wave. Arla's going to die. Suddenly 3 dead. Surely, JDG, this is not another failure at a Nexus.
It can't happen again. I don't believe it. Arla is dead. Didn't get a chance to blast him. Was afraid of the skip and slash, and I can't blame him. For a while though, Weibo now looking to run down mid themselves. They'll have some Baron and Power minions, some super minions there to work with. And of course, Pays is alive, as is Shun, missing up in 5. I don't think they can end here.
No, but they should be able to get an inhibitor, which is insane given what's just happened on the map. They might still go for more. What's the play here? Right, jumping forwards onto missing, some damage onto Pays. Has that GA, makes it very hard to end the game.
Now they're a little bit deep. 1 second on Scout. He's going to be really scary. Can they just hold people in the base? Weibo, I think they've gone too far. They're going to try and fizzle out. Scout steals away the unbreakable will. Silas, perhaps, pretty known for that within the lore, looks to abscond and abduct. Just wide, can't find the additional connection. Or I think that could have been another kill.
I actually think makes a pretty big mistake walking up close enough to give Scout the ult there. There was a chance that he could run through it. Weibo, fail at the Nexus themselves. We've now had Nexus to Nexus fail. 2 minutes until Dragon. Inhib down in both mid lanes, so super minions going to be on both sides. The biggest thing though, Baron buff doesn't get that much done for JDG. That should have been end of the game, but they mess up their own Nexus push. So JDG have to try again.
Just watch Pace set his boot. He's got a Hurricane. Now that is raw AD out the wazoo. No pen, just damage.
Hey, I will say, Hurricane doesn't give you any AD. it does give you the attack speed of the AoE though, which is kind of nasty, and you know what does about the same thing. Dragon up in 2 minutes. I'm not gonna levy any predictions this game because let's be honest, both these teams have been throwing right back at each other. You know, Weibo ahead for a large amount of this game. JDG brought it back, haven't been able to close. We're now into the hyper late game. One mistake will now seal this game.
There's a few players here who've been known to maybe fumble in those moments. I remember one of Pace's most famous Kai'Sa games, Game 5 of H Elite in the summer of 2024. It was an Elder flip, went in with the ult, didn't make it work. They lost that series. Here at 9-0-6, sold his boots. He can't carry here, it gets scary. Scout, 4-3 and 9, similarly, will need to do the work. And I'm looking at Weibo. Your Gwen is about as strong as she's going to get. You're a Shire Banshee's completion. Xiaohu already fumbled once or twice, quite high profile-wise, on screen. Can't have that happen again. Who comes out with the execution in the clutch? Because I have seen some anti-clutch fumbles this game, time and time again.
Shun has flash. He's looking for creative angles. He's had some good ults, some bad ults as well. Dragon 30 seconds now. Weibo not any close to getting actual vision on that bottom side. Loses the Banshees does Xiaohu, which makes it much easier for Shun to jump onto him. Not that he should be a problem anyway, but that smite tech, of course, should be instant onto that Banshees. Any poke going to land feels like Pays is the one person who's really getting good value from that. Weibo instead looking to just walk with the way. Oh, I mean, if they have the 3 grubs. Yeah, JDG have to be very respectful of this. They need to clear out the wave somehow. They actually can't go towards the dragon. If they do, they'll lose the base.
Now looking to try and collapse. We might just have a final fight in JDG's base. They won't have a flip around.
Are they really going for this?
Going for this.
Teleport back to it.
Buckle up, folks. Here we go.
Where is your Zonya Xiaohu?
Again. It's late again in the 11th hour. Xiaohu's pressing. Zonya's in the 12th. It is over. Weibo tried to go for guns at noon. Turned out it was midnight with the button presses.
Xiaohu forgets he has a Zonya's key. He ults. He Zonya's is after the vial, and that might have just thrown the game. Xiaohu, to awful Zonya's usage in the late game, throws Weibo into the abyss. There are many mistakes in this game. I'm not going to say it's all his fault, but it definitely feels bad watching that happen 2 times in a few minutes, back to back in the late game.
There's going to be a lot to review here. I don't think a lot of the players will be happy about the mechanical moments that fumbled this game. Both teams will feel like they had windows to take control and not let go. And it's looking like you're playing rugby on a wet night in Stoke because no one can hold on to the damn ball. Either way, it's JDG who get it over the try line and will win game 1.
I don't know what emotions you walk away from the stage there. Shun has a laugh or two trying to keep spirits high. But as a team, JDG should not feel happy about that game. They won that game. Not nearly in the fashion they would have wanted. Weibo on the other side, though, well, guess less said about that one, the better, isn't it? Right, well, we missed most of that game, of course, because we're in German classes. And, hello, everyone. How's it going? Let's go. Yeah?
Have to leave, so I'll wave this way briefly.
Hello. Very good, Sam.
I'll bring you coffee when I come back. How's that?
Weibo thought they couldn't play for Elder. Look, the thing is, I actually don't think it's a problem to walk towards the base, but this is the late game kind of... This is the late game knife's edge that you walk on. And they clearly, yeah. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Hey, everyone. Good to see all the regulars in chat. Yeah, the 4th dragon fight was where Weibo really, really fell apart. And, you know, I was watching out the corner of my eye so I didn't get to capture all of it. But that was a disaster game for Weibo. Disaster game for them. I don't think either of these teams should be happy. I don't think either of these teams should be happy. That was a disaster game for both teams, really. The fact that Xiaohu played like that at the end is insult to injury. Like, you see a Vi ulting at you, you must Zhonya's. Why do you Zhonya's late? I will get hydrated. Oh, that was nasty as heck. Okay, I need to go get myself a drink. I will leave you with the highlights. I gotta put some adverts on just because pre-roll's just been put on as well, and I'll be back. Is Diablo a good name for LPL? I mean, it's a good name for LCK, so you tell me. Okay, let's get some words on stream. Did I miss anything? Roast you. Captain Hero. Isn't that just a rejected Captain Underpants villain? What are you doing with your life now that the you know, the comic book industry has fallen apart?
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边。
Oh my god, is that corn?
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
国补叠加以旧换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。
W playing good now? Well, they weren't in their last series is the problem. The last 2 series W have actually fallen off again. Yeah.
See you guys later.
See you in a bit.
I just wanted to insult Crapton since he asked for it.
Yeah, I already said Captain Hero is just an unused, a rejected Captain Underpants villain.
I see it. The way I was going to go is I think he's thinking a bit highly of himself because he got to the rank of Crapton. He's not even that good at being crap. He's more like a private of some sort, let's be real.
Private. Private. Damn. Hey, it's I could see. Oh, I need a day off, folks, at some point. I need a day off.
We got Mum and Dad coming this weekend.
Yeah, maybe we do. Well, it's only the 2 series days this weekend. Maybe. Well, a lot of the good games tend to be on that, though. Look, we'll see.
We'll have a look, but I agree. We need to take some days off.
I need to take a day or 2 off because I'm burning the fuck out right now, folks. Pretty badly.
我觉得现在虽然4连败了，但是也不用太气馁吧。我们只要在骑士之路之前、季后赛之前把状态调整好就行了。只要季后赛的状态好，一切都有可能的。上次战胜京东之后，对队伍整个信心都有比较大的提升吧。然后也提升了很多队伍士气。然后大家游戏赢的时候肯定是会越打越好，也会去。 对彼此多一些信任，但是输的时候也是需要去把不足的地方都去改正的。
Close series against JDG and IG. I mean, they got demolished. I mean, IG they didn't play very well against, and then. Well, no, they played okay versus them actually. There was the series after. What was the series after? No, because the IG series was okay. You're right.
取代信任，然后信任也多努力一下，然后一起去成长，
一
起去加油吧。
我觉得这队伍状态的话是比较一般。
Any implication for this series?
打分的话，可能只有5分吧。然后这个版本，我们队伍的理解的话，可能还不够到位吧，还需要去更多的。
Yeah, WE versus BLG was really quite bad.
再次对阵 WBG 的话，因为我觉得我们2个队伍最近状态都比较一般吧，然后。
Nymaera needs paid time off. Yeah, that's the problem with being a freelancer. You don't get PTO.
去强行找节奏，然后滚雪球的一个队伍吧。然后我觉得面对到他们的话，我觉得。
Invasion Slayer.
注意他们这一点。
King of the Hill.
因为第2赛段常规赛只剩没几场了，然后希望的话，
Oddball.
我们在后面比赛中可以找回自己状态，然后争取拿下前4。
Anyone else have like unreasonably catchy like vocal tics about the Halo announcer? I do. That's me. Nice. No, you're wrong. We can probably run one more round. Yeah, one of the problems about being a freelancer is that you just, well, and in this industry as well. Look, I don't earn enough money to take time off, for one. And I don't get time off because I'm a freelancer, right? I'm self-employed, so I don't get paid for, I don't get, you know, paid holiday or paid sick days and stuff like that, you know? Halo announcer lives rent-free in my head. Good. He was on TikTok for a while doing some stuff, which is he had some very funny lines. Although I think a lot of people bullied him while he was on there because just the way that he looks and stuff, which is really fucking sad actually. People just need to be I didn't play much Halo since I didn't have an Xbox. SOCOM on PS is my gem. Damn, I never played that myself. I had a PlayStation 2 and an Xbox. Both of them were... That was a golden era where actually the consoles were not crazy expensive. They weren't... they're expensive, but they weren't crazy expensive. And there were a lot of games coming out of good quality, but not like crazy AAA prices. Right, Rito. I actually have no idea. What does that mean, Infinite? Oh, you mean the announcer? This is the clean feed, so you won't get that. You can go watch that on the actual Chinese broadcast if that's something you're interested in. It's on what's it called? Oh, we're so close. Troy was a good one. That one. Oh, well. Good try, Brim. Okay, right, done pre-roll-outs, that's good. Foxy, you still around? Yeah, Steve Downs is Chief's voice actor. The guy that does Master Chief is a DJ for a radio station in Chicago. That's awesome, cool. Let me think. Weirdly, when I think Ari main, you're like one of the first people that comes to my mind, actually. Obviously, I talk with a lot of Ari mains and blah, 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 but you're actually one of the first people that I think of when someone says Ari main, because it's just the way that we ended up meeting, right? I think that is a compliment. I think that is a compliment. Fun fact for Denakashi, let me think. Initially, Halo was going to be third person, and in fact, there is a demo for E3 in the, you know, a while before it came out, which was third person with a completely different voice actor. And what was I gonna say? There are a lot of things that went up being unused in Halo Combat Evolved, including a flamethrower and a usable fuel rod cannon. You can't use the fuel rod in the campaign, although there are a couple of grunts towards the end of the game, the special ops ones, where in the last level of the game, the special ops in the elevator and stuff, they do have fuel rods, but you can only use them on multiplayer. Also, a fun fact as well, I'll give you another Combat Evolved one. The plasma rifle is in multiplayer only gives an extra 0.5 damage on headshots, even though it's not a precision weapon. It's the only gun in the game which does that on that. The difference between like head and body doesn't change damage for most weapons, but for the plasma rifle in multiplayer it does. It is very strange. I had spent 3 months straight trying to beat Legendary Run Halo 2. I spent a lot of time watching Halo 2 speedrunners right now, so Mr. Monopoly is probably my favorite Halo 2 speedrun. He's a very good guy. In fact, I do occasionally raid over to him on this channel as well. He's a good guy. And he's currently looking to finish the whole game on Legendary speedrun in like 1 minute, like 1 hour, like 18 or something like that, or 1 hour 15. It's like insanely low times now. And that's on the classic version, not Master Chief Collection. We're in second draft though, so I'll stop yapping about Halo. So no Talir. There is still Pantheon, but Pantheon Talir tends to be the combo that we see that with. Kind of strange that we see them separated in that last draft, actually. I was a little surprised at that. Well, not picked when there was the option, see. Rise gone, Galio's available. Vi's off the table. I mean, what do Weibo even succeed with nowadays? What does Weibo even succeed with nowadays? I'm trying to think what a winning draft for Weibo looks like. And it typically is Xiao Huan, something like that, but they lost that game, so that's not a great look for them. Skarner with no Rumble? I mean, Tien plays a lot of Skarner. 7 games of it. I think he's 4-3. Yeah, he's 4-3. It is actually his most successful champion, I guess, on that note. And I guess there's the Lilia, which he's 3-0 on. Maybe that'll come out in Game 3 if we get to it. JDG on the other side, you could go towards Sejuani Yone now. Go towards the Yorick instead, and Arla is a big Yorick player. I say that. I mean, he's only played 2 games of it in this stage of it, but Yorick's been very big. Shin takes the Lilia himself, takes it away from TM. He's 2-1 on the pick. So, Waver, what are you comboing up with? So we passed over stuff like the Sejuani Yone, which I'm surprised at, actually. You don't want to pick a tank into the Yorick now if you can help it. Oh yeah, Varus is up all this time. That'll be an easy lock, easy block, easy blind pick. Gonna play that into whatever. I need to see what Breed's gonna play into this top side. Does he go towards? I mean, he could play Ambessa. It does lose that. It does lose that pretty hard. He's a big Ambessa player, but you don't have Gwen, you don't have Rumble, so no AP top laners. Renekton's fine for the early game. Now, if you get a winning mid lane and you just roam top a lot, I think that's fine. Any implication for this series, or is it locked regards to position? Let me have a check. Well, no one's locked just yet. There are still a number of series to play. You play 18 series total. Weibo have played 14, JDG have played 13. So they've got, 4 and 5 series remaining, including this one, right? And it's the... So now we get the Lilia Yone. I mean, that makes sense for Scout. It gives you an engaging force and it gives you the split damage between magic damage, jungler, physical damage, solo lanes. Way about being 6 and 8. I mean, if they... Wait, how many did I say they had left? They have 4. They could get to 10 and 8. So technically they can still... They could still... Yeah, they can lock top 4 still and instantly lock into playoffs. JDG similar for them. Or they could technically go to like 11 and 6, I think. Or sorry, 12 and 6 rather. However, they could also slide all the way down to pretty bad scores as well. Okay, so banning away magic damage mid laners from Xiaohu. He doesn't have that big a comfort champion pool right now. I mean, Orianna might be the last one, but I don't think it's a great Orianna comp. Could ban away Victor maybe. He plays a bit of that. Well, wait, Ryze is already gone. I say he plays the Victor. He doesn't really right now. Sounds like the Ari. Ah, yeah, this is more playable. That would make sense. This is a good matchup into the Yone as well. It's you survive most of the time there. Varus top. That would have been funny. That would have been funny, but it does get pretty dunked on by Yorick actually. Yorick's very good into range champions. On the other side, setup and lane dominant champions for Pei is gone. Jin being setup and lane dominant. Pei, the misfortune mainly just being lane dominant. I mean, do you want to take away the Renata now? What would your last pick be? Pace could go towards Draven. Don't think Draven's great into Skarner. What's a good Renata pairing that you would have last? Ashe, I guess? I guess Ashe Renata's pretty good. Does Pace play as much of that right now? He's played 1 game of it. Jin's gone. Ezreal's not on the table. I don't mind the Karma here, actually. Well, do I? Alright, the Karma's good lane dominance. Does get picked... You are very vulnerable to the Yone. You can build... no, Annie's good here, and Xiaohu is a good Annie player. If he's one of the other players like Doonby, Scout, Knight, Rookie that are picking this back up, who were very successful on it in 2023, that's pretty big. Okay, so you see the Varus Karma. You lock in the Kalista. You know, Paze has typically been a very good Kalista in the past. I actually wonder, by the way, whether he should go towards Lethality Kalista. I guess it's really bad into Skarner, so maybe not. Lethality Kalista gives you a much better laning phase versus the Varus Karma. That's my thought. Anyway, just spitballing, I guess. So lane dominance early on across the board from Weibo, actually. So this should be 3 early winning lanes for Weibo. Now, on the bounce back in bot lane, Kalista Renata can do a lot, but the first level of the game, you don't win. Who's my favorite team in the LPL right now? They all give me anxiety in different ways. They all give you differing levels of anxiety, folks. Let me think. I mean, I think that Knight is so good that it's hard for me to not support any team he's on, so BLG are obviously on that list. I think anyone's Legend are on there. I love the strategy that they bring to a game. I think AL and BLG are my two favorite teams in the LPL right now, but they're both inconsistent. They both have things to work through. And we'll see what happens to both those teams as we get through to it. Right, let's get into game and see if Weibo can bring us a 3-game series. Second series of the day is Top Esports versus WE. Looking like it probably is going to be a short series given the form that Top Esports are on and everything else. Would love to see AL, MSI, me too. I think AL are good. I like AL. I think Shanks has been well overdue his first international performance. And the team are a very fun strategic team to watch. Let's get into game. Cracking a cold one with the boys. Heal burn by missing first level. That's not a great start at all. WE has been one of my favorite teams to watch recently. They're a good underdog team. Now, given that the expectations on them were so low, I think it's they're a fun team to watch from that standpoint for me. That skin looks like Shen gets me every time. Which one? Xiaohu has stun. It's the stun. Shun, does he get... If Shun gets the Q, he can run down with the movement speed, potentially. Now Xiaohu's getting zoned off with the mid-wave. Tien's going to see Shun start on his Raptor. Shun... Hang on, Xiaohu doesn't have stun now. Gets stun damage onto the Lilia. Smites away. Flashes to air her. Coming over. Has heal potentially for movement speed, but licks the level 2 off the wave. And we'll be safe. So Shun, successful invade. Good play from him. Xiaohu, yeah, caught out a little bit by Shun and Scout sat in that brush. You always need to be aware that the Lilia can run at you in the Raptors first spawn. How is LPL MSI teams decided? It's the top 2 in playoffs, it's the finalists. Is there a plus one? Yeah, it's the top 2 from this split. Great trade there from Breathe early on. And the thing is, Weibo should have had 3 early winning lanes to allow Tien a chance to go bully out the Lilia potentially, or impact someone like this Yorick. Okay, don't watch LPL that much, but this is the same globally, Linsico. It's just top 2 from each split globally. So that would be the same anywhere, not just LPL. So that's not unique to us. It's not about our format. It's not about LPL specific. That's everywhere. Breathe controlling this matchup down a little bit of CS. I'm not exactly sure I missed all that. When is MSI this year? I think it's end of June, right? Not an LCK technically? What does that mean, Frog? Xiaohu on an early roam, level 3. Missing has flash, no heal. You'd have to go towards the... Ah, yeah, that's nasty as heck. Instant kill. No bailout available. Flash used by Xiaohu. Great combo from him, though. Good early roam. Scout is freezing mid lane, but not getting that much for it. Xiaohu can now recall, go back in towards mid lane. Bot lane has control. So next time that Shun goes towards that bot side of the map, chance that he loses something there. Tien doesn't get any of those Krug bits. Does get a decent stun there. Shun has no flash, remember. If Breathe gets within W range, that becomes a problem. Shun uses that flash to secure that Raptors early on. It doesn't have it to save himself later. LCK has a weird upper bracket and lower bracket without finals, but isn't that still... Wait, do they not have... What? That's weird as hell. Okay, Tien staying for the red buff, but Scout steals it with a W. Steals it with a W. Gets slammed into the wall. Xiaohu has a stun anyway, and while he got the buff steal, he freaking dies. Now Xiaohu's got 2 Dark Seal stacks, 2 kills early, and this is the worry about the composition which JDG are facing up against. Flash for a handshake. Okay, missing. Don't know about that one. Arrow lands onto them too. Shen heading down. Flash coming, teleport being committed by Scout. Breathe could teleport, I suppose. Q misses from Airhead, so there's not going to be a... Hang on a second. Light has Flash? Surely you just Flash early, and indeed they do. Airhead also has Flash. He shouldn't die here, but he might anyway. Now has a shield. So you blow one Flash. Not that much else. And now actually, you know, when Xiaohu went bot side, he didn't lose a wave. Scout, when he goes bot side, loses a minion there. I suppose it's not the worst thing ever, actually. He doesn't lose the full wave. Weibo, getting a much better read on this early game than JDG. JDG really disrespecting in draft, I think, the winning lanes. They go for that early invade, but they don't have support later on into the game for jungle to be roamed on by multiple laners. Oh, stun on towards Xiaohu. Does manage to get the Spirit Cleave for a bit of shielding, but you can see just the red buff and the electrocute, the extra damage tacked onto that trade makes it really annoying. Scout, of course, lost his red buff when he stole it away from Tien and then died for the attempt after. Yeah, but LCK is still... Yeah, look, I know you're saying like it's technically different, blah, 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 but it's still top 2 teams from LCK are going towards MSI. It's still top 2 teams playoffs. It's just it doesn't have a final. Now, for LPL, it's the 2 finalists. For LCK, there's not a true finals, so it's not that, but it's still top 2. LTA, yeah, there's one... Yeah, it's the top team from LTA North and LTA South, which will be... Yeah, so that's the one which doesn't have top 2, though. So Dragon's going to get taken by JDG. 3 grubs not secured by the team. X is not up for another 1.5 minute. I'm still getting that wrong. Missing could go for a handshake. Xiaohu should be able to get a multi-stun here. Doesn't have flash and die. Hang on a second. Xiaohu dies. Breeds come down, though. He teleported in. Can he get anything back? Gets a quadruple heal. That's not bad, you know. But then dies anyway. So, double solo lane is killed. For no good reason. Xiaohu has walked into probably 3 brushes this game already with inadequate vision and died for it. Xiaohu's vision play has been awful in this game so far. I hate the idea of a playoffs to the finals. I do understand that, yeah. What a weird day for competitive league. What happened in LCK? What happened in LCK? I haven't really been able to keep up with LCK this split. I've just been doing way too much LPL. Missing, still has no flash. Ah, that's going to be maybe a problem. Alright, Pays is still around. There's no level 6 yet for Pays. Xiao didn't have the ult though for Big Burst. Shen's now coming over. If he hits this, that's a kill. He doesn't have flash. That might be a problem. Watch out, E goes under the tower. Decent stun, but the Ren comes through. Tien comes forward. Doesn't have the ultimate. Does get decent damage onto Missing. And gets one back, actually. Uses that to get level 6. And pulls Shen under the turret. So, Tien completely bailing out the play. E through the wave. Gets the stun onto Pays. He'll lose a flash. It's a 2-for-1 in mid lane because Tien completely cleans up. Tien is trying his goddamn hardest, you know, folks. This early game... Getting some really good clutch wall stuns. He's been getting the maximum range on that Ixtal's impact. Walk over towards the grubs. Jungler died. Mid lane Prior's now kind of... Well, I guess it is there for JDG, but you lost all your summoners for it, so is it there really? Al's getting a win on a side lane. So Xiaohu doesn't step forward onto that. It's quite hard to react from that distance without tier 2 boots, I guess. Gets a double stun, but damage is already done. This is a max range Ixtal's impact. That is actually very clutch. Gets the level 6 off for the kill. Uses that to get the Impale on the turret. If he managed to get the cluster as well, it would have been absolutely insane. But still. Managed to get this flash after that point. Anyway, 3 grubs to Weibo. I have forced to flash away as I was taking a sip of coffee. How rude. Scout is not going to flash. Thinks he can survive maybe with just the Spirit Cleave. He might die to the Tremors afterwards. Shen's not walking up, and now Tien's gone too far. Flashes out of the Watch Out E. Will get hit by the Swell Seed. Light could come over. very surprised that Scout lived through that, you know? I thought that the damage from Skarner might be able to finish him off. As soon as that wall stun happened, I thought there was a big problem. Teleport in now from the Oni towards top side. What a strange game. What a strange series. 1,000 gold ahead of Xiaohu over Scout. Although Scout's made a bunch of mistakes, we should have been further ahead. JDG draft clears. I mean, problem is, your early game is getting brutalized by much stronger early lanes. So while I agree if you go late enough, I think JDG's comp is much better. The early game, they have to survive through. Scout does have some ability to poke out, but not that much. But look how well Weibo have managed to kind of find skirmishes and use the Skarner with winning lanes to deal damage. I suppose JDG with the early camp steal and a couple of the players have managed to make an impact in the early game, more than I potentially thought they would. Arla's getting a side lane advantage, which is a bit of a problem for JDG. Not going to teleport down to this tower, because... Oh, well, shit, I can run there anyway. I misread the minimap. Doesn't Karma just destroy Renata or skill issue? Yeah, they should have done, but then... Hang on a second. And they did get that push early, but then the problem was some roams later. Pays now 2-0-1. Yeah, the reason Karma was put in was for that early play. Remember that Payson Missing lost a lot of their summoners early. And there is a reason why Missing is now 0-3. He's struggled. Pays on the Callista, very well played in that mid lane section though to get some good value. Of course got that, they had that one like teleport plus jungle gank towards bot side for like the 4 versus 2 very briefly. They didn't get kills, but they got summoners. Decent trade by Xiaohu actually. Ah yes, it's the Kaiju fight! Yeah, Maiden versus Tibbers, Kaiju fight. Let's go. For those of you that but I heard a few hours ago that apparently they want Arla and Breathe to swap. I don't know about that one. Well, Arla gonna get wall stunned. Sleep comes through. There is an Impale, which stops a lot of the hostile takeover. But while all this is happening, I mean, Shun's just killed, you know, done so much work on the backline. Arla lives. Arrow's gonna go down. It's 3 kills for JDG. That didn't look like a bad play for Weibo, but then everything falls apart. They didn't even need Scout to be there. Breathe not committing a teleport to that play. It didn't feel like he needed it. How the hell did JDG turn that around? I don't get it. I don't get it. Weibo had a good early game, and this is the kind of play which will probably see JDG into a winning scenario. So JDG managed to call multiple people down to the play. They have bailouts and stuff, right? Xiaohu takes tower aggro. Does he die to the tower? He dies to the tower, I think. Oh, does the Berserk on the bear? Tibbers gets hit by the Berserk. The hostile takeover hits the Annie, Tibbers. I didn't even know that could happen. Is that a thing? Jesus Christ. Weibo Gaming. A team that forever keeps us guessing. Xiaohu, yeah, he was 2-0 and now he's 2-3. He's still, you know, near enough 1,000 gold ahead, but as Carlza was saying in Onovia's chat, JDG's draft is a good one. I think Weibo have the early game advantage, but as we've seen, they're now even in early game. A couple of good skirmishes, but early game advantage doesn't matter if you come out of it even. Okay, well, Oliver's ahead of the game, 2-0-3 first item. Yorick's going to start being a real pain in the arse now. Xiaohu doesn't have Malignance just yet. Teleporting from the Renekton has that Black Cleaver. Towers, hang on a second. Breathe might be in a bit of trouble. I was actually wondering whether Arla could just tap the tower and get the full kill. Missing's now down here. Arla using a bit of that Maiden Micro. First tower's going to go to Weibo, weirdly. I mean, don't you just stay and hit the... Why did you just give up first tower there? Pretty sure that even if Breathe all-ins you, you have enough support nearby. Why did he give up first tower? You just gave up feats for free. Breathe has no flash. Gonna get hit by that handshake. Lots of damage onto him. Full CC coming through from Missing. Now fully CC'd into the Dark Possession. Goes down. Tower will go down after that too. So kill tower. Still surprised they didn't just kill the fucking tower the first time and then not let the freeze of strength go. I shouldn't be swearing as much, whatever. I know it's my stream, I shouldn't though. Oh, I'm just frustrated. While all this is happening, you know, Pei's still ahead in the mid lane. AD carry standoff. On-hit Varus, by the way, for anti-tank potential. I'm quite... I guess you don't have that consistent damage without having on-hit Varus, but it does mean that your laning phase is a bit weaker. And your ability to poke out someone like the Kalista at all stages in the game is weaker, of course. Herald spawning in 10 seconds. TN spots I shouldn't take in that top side. I'm allowed to swear. Thank you, Fairy Tale, and thank you for the stream streak as well. Appreciate it. Arla has been dumpstering Breathe in this series so far. 2.5k ahead after freezing a wave as Rumble versus Gwen. Has a winning matchup now in the Yorick versus the Renekton in the mid game. Early game, you expect the Renekton to get ahead, and Breathe did. That's fallen apart now. Close towards the Shojin. Missing's been roaming around the map quite well after a poor early game. Still don't think Missing's had a great series either. Even his Rakan looked very fallible last game. What's going on with Weibo? I don't know, man. Tien was saying that he was super tilted, but there's nothing that Weibo could do about it. Wait, hang on. Paze was actually stacking 100 spears in red buff and trying to do the Q1 shot thing. That would have been hilarious. That would have been so funny. I don't think I might have seen that once in pro play, and I can't even remember when. It's like occasionally you see a mechanic you just don't see that much in pro play. You know there's a really niche mechanic, and then you don't see it until like you find it in one game, and it's like, what the hell? Players know about this too? I mean, they should do, you know. For instance, we saw the Revenant Shuffle. We saw a Revenant Shuffle in LPL on Azir this split, which is really cool. Because you go in and out, and you kind of scoop someone out of their team. That's a really cool mechanic. Chovy had a really good game, was it 2 worlds ago? Where he had the fast wall hop on Ahri. Yeah, it was 2 worlds ago, because it was with the old terrain. Okay, so we'll see it lands. No, there is a Mikhail's in it, so... the Lily roll is now going to be less valuable. No redemption, of course, now for the Karma, which is normally a big item spike, but... Okay, post down pays a little bit. 3 grubs for Weibo. Have Herald. This will kill the tower now from this HP. Tien damage down a little bit. Scout roaming over. Mid lane turret taken down. Dragon available. Herald killed. Who did it when? Oh, I'm trying to remember when it happened. I'll try and find it again, but it was around top inhib in a losing game for the Azir. Hang on. Using the Annie to kill the Maiden, because Annie has a much lower cooldown on her ultimate. It's kind of big. Goes Callisto coming through. Uses that Mikhail's. Pays. Uses the cleanse. Is that going to be enough? Where's the bailout? It's on them right now. Goes down into it. Has a Ren, but can't get the Ren set. Callisto down. Like getting some damage down and not dying, actually. Now it's Renekton dominating into the backline. Missing, not feeling that great. The handshake not getting much value either as Bree tries to chase for that last kill. And in the front of the play, Shun not able to get the damage he really needs with the last 12 seed. Oh, call me a liar. Tibber's micro not that great from Xiaohu to check out the brush, and then well, he's ahead in the individual matchup, and he'll make sure he can get the extra damage he needs. So what started as an okay play, taking down Pays, ends up being a 4 for 3, as Air had died at the start of the play and has just respawned. Chovy is firing Ahri charms mid R dash. You can't charm mid R dash. You have to charm before you press R, so you can't do that. You can hide your charm animation where you charm then ult. You can also do that with Q as well. But you can't charm mid dash. Dragon now taken down by JD. No, it's not. It's taken by Weibo. With the Soul Flare still. What the hell? Excuse me? Shun. My dude. Wait, I mean, my dude, Shun. So it's a late contest from Weibo who come up to see the stats coming through. Pace tries to get the clean kill. Can't quite. Doesn't get the run cleanly. Shun chases down for kill onto her anyway. Light does a decent job at turning around and doing some damage, but doesn't get everything that he needs. Sleep for ult traded on the Impale. And Breathe very, very nearly gets to get a good cleanup. Does he get the kill? Oh, he does get the 1 there. then he makes the mistake of re-engaging. And does not realize quite how outmatched he is by the Yorick in the 1v1. That's a mistake from Breathe at the end. Did Weibo first choke the first map? So if you say map, by the way, we know you're not a League of Legends player. It's first game, because we don't have different maps. So every you know, every game is a game. But yes, they did choke the first map, I think. The 4th dragon fight was disastrous for them. But yes, you've just outed yourself as not a League of Legends player there. And instead, someone who bets on League of Legends. That's often the way it is. You don't want to be outed as that. You got to learn the terminology. He had no smite. Yeah, I know he had no smite, but then also don't let the karma... I did wonder whether he didn't have smite, but still. It doesn't really go against the whole narrative that Shun can't secure objectives very well. Thank you. Okay, that's calm. Being taken down. Ult onto the support. It's taken away with the Callisto ultimate. Some damage coming through from the Malignants now. Atacon secured by Weibo. Remember, it's not the GA version anymore. It's not a bad hostile takeover. Shun really trying to go onto Xiao, trying to solo them out. Shun's getting good damage down. Renekton's down as well. A split fight seems to be working quite well for JDG. As Tien comes back towards the play, Shun goes golden. Does he have flash? No. Doesn't have the ult to be used that well either. Shun, decent damage onto Xiao at the start of the fight. Not that great. Yone trades 1-for-1. Tien not going to burn down. Triple kill coming through for Light. Potential Penta on the cards actually for him. Is the 1 bit of damage remaining for Weibo. The spear's not enough from Pays. As Ala has to flash away. The Dark Procession will give them a bit of ability to walk away. Tien, does he have another shield? Might need to use it. Quite low HP. So it ends up being, what, 3 for 3 all things? No, 3 for 2. But the Atacon goes to Weibo as well. Appreciate the kind comments, by the way, Tech. This is the common thing, by the way. Xiaohui missed stun. Rip. I call them maps and I played League and Beta and just old fair play. I guess that if you play multiple games, it's like that, right? Okay, so, Annie ult for... whatchamacallit for Callisto is not bad. Hostile takeover is alright though. What happens around the actual... oh, it's like a 2-3 man Renekton Q which gets a decent amount of damage. Shun doesn't do a bad job of getting individual damage down. But then is just kind of left alone in the backline. There's a Mikhails to work with. Dies before the ult can come through. So he dies before using ult. Light gets a passive reset. For those of you that don't know, Varus, especially the on-hit version, when he gets a kill on a champion, has one of the strongest resets in the game. I think the only stronger resets are Viego and Jinx. I think they're the only resets stronger in the game. That's so funny. I'm here for the commentary because I bet on League. Well, you know, that's fair. That's completely fine. You know, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money, you know. As long as you're enjoying yourselves and being respectful about stuff. Because sometimes some betting talk can get a bit... yeah, there are many a Twitch chat has been ruined by betting talk. It is what it is. Okay, so Light is now 1,000 gold ahead, 2 items. I do think Varus is a champion that can deal with Yorick quite well. Tien in a 1v3, Impale comes through. Scout, QSS is through to it, gets a decent shield through. Tien has flash to get out, gets a Heartsteel proc for the heal. Should know ult now. Dies to Pays. Light not in the right part of the fight, and Yone gets a combo, and Xiaohu, you had flash, you had stun, you had to use them better. Bad day at the office for Xiaohu. As JDG get a crucial fight. Light was not at the center of it. Xiaohu does not use his flash very well. There's a teleport towards the top side to break open the top lane outer turret. These fights are all over the place. Xiaohu, you gotta do better than that. Like, you gotta be able to use your flash to get a stun in that kind of play. That is a crucial fight to lose. Tien, Elo held this game. I think Tien's been mega this game. I think Tien's been so mega. Very surprised to see... very surprised to see the team not be able to capitalize well on the Skarner. Skarner plays. Dragon now up and available. You can't contest this. JDG have pushed you in all the way through the bot side of the map. Got a ton of good damage. And, good whatchamacallit, the thing. Good vision control. Shun got one, let's go. Yay, Shun got the smite. Everyone's happy in chat. The thing is, Shun has been playing largely very well on JDG, but his smites have been so all over the place in this split. So he gets pulled forward into a 3-man unit. There's a QSS for Yone, so he can escape the ultimate. I have flashes for a shield and a bit of CC, but then he puts himself into the waiting arms of the Callisto, who absolutely dunks on him. So what the hell happens with Xiaohu here? He gets flash queued. His reactions have just been very poor. His reaction speed has been very poor in this series. The Zhonya's in last game, not flashing the combo there. Baron now available. 3 going on 4,000 gold lead for JDG. They have soul points. Would have soul by now if we went for Air's earlier Dragon Steel. 3 items for Light. I mean, if Light can get a good fight, I think Weibo is still in this. But it is on the Varus. Varus at 3 items has got to do something unspeakable to JDG. He does have the damage for hang on. Xiao does still have flash and all, even though he didn't lose it. Hang on, we getting smite fights. Hostile takeover comes through. And Tien secures it. Ult from Yone doesn't reach the backline this time. Light still has, well, he doesn't have flash now. He goes down. And with the Varus down, I think the fight goes with it. Shun gets a good couple of Qs across the backline. Arla's still alive, has a ton of sustain. And breathes no more. Shun walking forwards again, continually using that light move speed. Does get some roots now and again, but it's just not enough. Extra slows, extra move speed to watch out Eep on target. Arla comes through, and I think Tien will be going down with it. No, all right. Karma saves the life. So, Weibo. Get the Baron, only get out with 2. So 3 down, JDG will be able to push in from mid lane out of turret. I don't get what's going on with these teams. I don't get it. I think Weibo were in prime position to win that first game. This team, even though they had their duff moments in the last few seasons, you did understand their upper ceiling. But they had clever moments. Moments of brilliance and inspiration. Now we have a teleport coming onto Arla, who's probably dead now, actually. Dark Procession comes through. Arla is trying to teleport out. Can they get the Tansel? They can't! And the Soaz teleport sees Arla to safety. Arla with the Soaz gets out safely. It's fun seeing them every so often. Paying homage to the greatest escape artist on the sideline. That would have been a big, yeah, it would have been a 1,000 gold shutdown with that kill. It's a big escape. Arla has had a very good series today. Equalizers in game 1 were absolutely crucial to the comeback of JDG. And in this game, he's been very far ahead of Breed, despite the early lead from the Renekton. Been very much capitalizing well. 2 minutes until the dragon comes up. Missing uses the heal. Didn't have Mikhail's up at that point. Was just off a cooldown. That's what Weibo were trying to do. I will say, her on the Karma largely done quite well at using mid-game Karma well. Now Breed's going around the flank. Doesn't have flash. Arla's on a side lane. Stun comes through. Hostile takeover. Gets some good damage onto Breed, actually, as Light wails on him. Doesn't have the cleanse, and a Mikhail's didn't come through onto him. Push in on that side lane. Weibo still have that Baron buff, of course. Scout using that extended E range to try and get some vision. Flash forward from Airher. Xiao who gets some damage back, but the cholesterol comes through and saves. The support Shun goes forward. He only gets a 2-man sleep, but the belt is on to Varus. Varus is the damage, and Varus is down. Where is Arla? Arla doesn't have the teleport. He's not coming into the play, and that might be a little too far, but Breather's getting absolutely spaced. Shun stays alive a little longer, gets another Q. Scout, the only real damage threat left alive. Can he kill Xiao Hu with the extra shield from Karma? Not going to be up for triple kill. Is this going to be a 4v5 penta? Triple on the cards for Scout already. Gets the knockup. Extra shields from Karma. Might be too much. Scout gets the shield back and almost gets himself the last kill. Karma value too much, but someone has to go back to base. Arla will be destroying it. The Yorick on a side lane might just end the series. Only 2 men alive, and Arla will continually wail on the towers. I don't think they can do it. I don't think they can. They don't have the damage. How are they going to kill this guy? 2 towers down. Arla versus the world. JDG gave 4 lives to take the Nexus. The damage is okay onto the Arc, but I just don't think it's enough. Varus will clean up the kill. And the Nexus won't fall. I wasn't paying attention to the respawn time as I thought it felt too late game. I thought that Light would be able to, well, wouldn't be able to respawn. Arla leaves a bare Nexus, though. 4 deaths for JDG in the fight, then a 5th on a side lane. All 5 have died, but Weibo, they lost 3 in the fight too, and they lost 2 turrets on the Nexus, an inhibitor and an inhibitor as well. That's a bad catch. Missing. You got to be careful like that. Scout now on the side lane. If he gets another Q stat, hang on a second. Xiaohu's in trouble here. If another Q comes through, he catches out that Q. Here we go. Xiaohu ulted onto on the side lane. Good burst back. Scout might have misjudged this one. Oh, he absolutely has. Scout, my dude, blown up. Didn't have the shield bow. Should have waited another second. The shield bow not getting value there. A Scout completely throws the play on the side lane. I think he thought he had the shield bow. And he used it. I think what he should have done is got that second Q onto the Gromp. Used that instead of the ult to close the gap onto the target. Big mistake by Scout. Huge mistake by Scout. Just completely burst out by 3-item Xiaohu, who largely has had some very tough moments, but he's still 1.5k gold ahead. Still a late gamer Annie with a ton of burst potential. Four items for Arlo now, who does have teleport. He's pushing in one side lane, of course. Almost 4,000 gold ahead. That's like almost 2 items ahead in terms of gold. That's ridiculous. Well, 1 item and a half, we'll call it. Did Scout not have his item by the point? Surely he had shield, but I'm fairly sure he did. He's going towards a Infinity Edge now. Arla's still pushing down bot side. Inhibitor and top side still down, of course, 2 for the next 2.5 minutes. So Scoopman is continuing that. 2-level lead for Arla. Hayes now at 3 and a bit items. Light on 4. The Varus not been able to really control the game in the way that Weibo would have liked. Varus should go Sterex. But it scales off of your... it works worse for ranged champions, doesn't it, Sterex? I thought it did. Or can you even build... I mean, you used to be melee only, but... Guys, I'm scared. Hold me, chat. This is LPL Anonymous. Hi, my name's Alex. I've witnessed Weibo versus JDG. Would anyone else like to talk about their trauma related to the LPL? And we're going into the late game again. These teams are really not great at riding advantages out to a win. Lots of throws happen about the place. Weibo trying to threaten Baron because that's where the side of the map where the inhibitor's down and they don't want to be on the opposite side to that. Arla has teleport. Is slowly getting control of bot side. Renekton can't really do that much but wave clear. So Weibo pull out the Baron bait. Do they want to pull Arla to the fight? Maybe. Yes, they do. He's coming on the flank. And this is a... Hang on a second. That's a lot of damage down, but it doesn't kill the support. Xiaohu has now just misused his burst. He's got nothing left. Dark Procession will hit, and that's going to be a dead Annie. Gets the stun back up, but I don't think it's enough. He doesn't even use it onto the Kalista, who gets the free fight now. Shun gets the bailout. Doesn't have Azonius to keep himself alive. Yonel carries 2 over the wall. Light is doing damage, though. How much can the Varus do? Light, it's all on you, son. Gets a couple of kills back. Pays, fully stacked, lethal tempo. Arla gets a slow onto him. 2 for 1 around the fight. I thought Xiaohu had made the big play, and it's Arla instead. Light trapped in the Dark Procession, and there's no bailout for him because it's on the other side. Goes down, and Arla carries the game. Last kill on to Breathe as JDG will finish out the series 2-0. They have played 3 series in 4 games, and they've lost 2 of them at their home ground. It's been grueling. It's been embarrassing. It's been humbling, I bet. JDG, though, clearly the better team than Weibo in the late game in both of these games. Arla. I mean, Xiaohu is back up and available, but both... hang on, wait, the turrets have respawned. Xiaohu could potentially look for the full kill here, and he'll get a full kill onto him. Big mistake there, actually. Should have waited for the teleport to complete. Now, Scout will have to come through. I guess the burst is now down. Perhaps Xiaohu's... Why didn't they wait for the Yone teleport to complete? I don't get it. I don't get it. What happened? Did you just think that Annie doesn't do damage anymore? What went through your head there, Arla? What went through your head? Baron now started up for JDG. And oh god, here we go again. No Yorick this time. That's 5,000 gold not available to JDG in terms of their gold lead. So much gold not used, but JDG, I think knowing that, oh my god, they've leashed Baron. You just leashed Baron for them. You leashed it. You leashed it. Dragon available now. Would be sold for JDG. Jesus Christ. They leashed it. Her going down towards the bottom side now. By the way, I actually think it has had a very good game on the Karma. Those shields have been clutch in late game fights. This has been perfect? No, but considering, again, the situation which he came in on with Hung playing so badly, got a shout out towards the new LDL support player coming up towards Weibo. Scout over the wall. Xiaohu ults down. It's going to be dragging towards Weibo. So it's going to be 3 dragons apiece now. Hayes jumping forwards. There goes the ult from the Kalista, getting some good spacing around. Xiaohu, great damage back as Hayes goes into melee range of an Addy. I guess completely burst out. The bailout will come through and he's alive though. Perhaps he's right all along. Breathe. Tries to call the meek, but he instead is cold in return. Hayes plays out the fight well. And with a 10,000 damage Kalista team fight, we will finally be rid of this series. JDG, given ample opportunity to end the goddamn game, will finally see this off in front of their home crowd. I don't really know how to describe what happened in this game, besides a game of League of Legends has happened and one team walked away destroying more Nexuses than the other. JDG finally win a series at home on the Beijing stage. Weibo, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. They threw 2 very winnable games for themselves as well. It was a series of all time. Of all the games of League of Legends I have cast, this was one of them. Words fail me, folks. Words fail me. No, I'm not sure what to say about this series, folks. Sorry, my brain's a bit fried. Normally, I'd like to say a bit more, but, you know. Look, JDG walk away with a win. Weibo, a continued downfall for them. What's their loss streak on now? 5 loss streak for Weibo. 5 loss streak for Weibo. The longest loss streak within the LPL. Even longer than those that were in Group Nirvana, by the way. The longest loss streak in the LPL. Ridiculous. I'm not sure what to say, folks. Well, come back to my face, I guess. Ugh. A series of all time. A series of all time. Reverse WEing? Yeah, a little bit. And they'll be playing next, of course, too. Next series will be Top Esports versus WE. We'll wait until the highlights come through. That is the doorbell ringing. I'm gonna go get that. 1 sec, folks. Leave it the highlights. Oh, whatever. Nope. No one answered, so not sure what to do about that one. Sometimes people ring the doorbell because other people aren't around to pick up a package, so then they just pass it to a neighbor. But, you know how it is. Okay. What's everyone's PB on doorbell percent? Oh, like 2 seconds. I'm quick on that shit if I want to be. My favorite LPL caster is Nymaera, but my favorite LEC caster is Nymaera. Oh, Andrew, you flatterer, you. As an LPL fan, this was a joy to watch. I don't know for me, man. I don't know for me. Peanut butter on doorbell percent? What do you mean by peanut butter on doorbell percent? What happens with that? Ah, jeez. Oh, peanut butter PB. Right. Yeah. I get it now. The thing is, though, peanut butter is just not a thing which I've ever had. I don't know whether PB is just not a thing as much within the UK, but peanut butter is just not a thing I see. I never liked it, and it's just not something which I see around much. I don't like peanut butter. I mean, peanuts I'm whatever with. Like, peanut butter, no, it's just not my thing. Peanut butter's everywhere. Like, the closest, it's I mean, I don't see it. Look, I can't, I don't know what to tell you. I don't see peanut butter in many places. Do I like cashews? Cashews are fine. The texture's a bit weird. A little bit stodgy, a little bit styrofoamy. PB&J are the shit. It's whatever. Oh, but yeah. Although, like, jam in the US is kind of crap, so. Well, I say it's jam, it's jelly there, isn't it? I mean, Nutella is vaguely peanut butter, I guess. And I don't particularly like that. I'm not a big fan of peanut butter and peanut-related things. I mean, like, peanuts are okay if it's in Thai food, say, for instance. Like, peanut butter and lime is a hell of a combination. Peanut butter, chili, and lime. That's a very good combination. No, Nutella is it's not peanut butter, but it's quite peanut-like. It's hazelnut, rather. That's hazelnut. Look, same thing to me, man. I don't fucking like nuts. I didn't say Nutella was peanut butter. I said it was a nut-like, it's a nut-like spread. I'm not saying it's Okay, I'm gonna detail. You're putting words in my mouth, chat. I didn't say, whatever. I'm gonna go put some adverts on. I need to get rid of pre-roll anyway. Pays double MVP showing his worth at least. Did he get double MVP? Alright, let's see some words on stream, I guess. God, I'm so shit. I'm on my mic's starting to slip down. Fucking hell. I'm starting to really burn out, folks. I'm feeling it pretty bad today. Sure you want to do the next series? Yes, because I've started it now and I feel bad when I don't do it. Like, this is the problem with the burnout stuff, right? Is that, like, I feel like I'm obligated to do series, but I also feel very bad when I don't do them.
大家好，我是 JDG 的 Page。
Because I know how viewership gets affected by it.
恭喜你们！那今天呢也是成功的复仇了 WBG。
What am I learning German for? For visa, because I've lived in Germany for 3 years and my visa renewing post-process is coming up. So I'm a UK citizen that's living in Germany post-Brexit, because fuck Brexit, fuck Nigel Farage and all those assholes that have really made my life much more difficult. And life worse for a bunch of people.
在第一局其实打的也是非常焦灼的，一直到43分钟的高地团才决出了胜负。当时的这一波防守，能不能跟大家说说详细的细节呢？
1세트 때 이제 치열하게 43분까지 업제기 타워에서 게임을 끝냈는데 그 당시에 팀원들이랑 어떻게 소통하셨나요?
게임이 좀 길게 가는데 집중 잘해서 이겨봤던 것 같습니다. 네.
游戏时间虽然长，但是我们集中，然后努力赢下来。
当时这个处理的非常的棒，也把第一局能够
Decent
成功的
sport. I mean, I would have had
收入囊中。
time.
来到第二局，我相信大家对于你最终的这一个龙团的极限操作所学是印象非常深刻。能不能说说当时你的想法是怎样的？能知道自己能活下来吗？
2세트 때 이제 칼리스타로 딸피로 이제 용안타에서 엄청 피지컬을 보여주셨는데 그 당시에 어떻게 팀원들이랑 소통하셨나요?
싸우자고 해서 싸웠고 뭔가 좀 감각적으로 했던 것 같습니다.
当时大家说打就打了，然后凭自己的感觉去操作了。
我相信大家在高光时刻当中已经看到了佩子选手在今天的这一场比赛当中的很多的操作。那同样的，接下来休息1天之后，你们又将迎来另外一个背靠背的比赛。你觉得当下队伍最重要的会是什么呢？
하루 쉬고 바로 또 대회가 되는데 이런 대회 일정이 엄청 많은 경우에서 어떻게 잘 준비해야 할 거 아니에요?
계속 대회하면서 부족한 부분을 잘 보완해서 다음 경기에 계속 좋은 경기력이 나올 수 있게 해야 될 것 같습니다.
通过比赛找到我们自己的不足，然后去修正，然后去更好的去面对比赛。
我们一定会期待一个更好的 JDG 的。最后一个问题，我知道其实佩子选手一直都在认真的学习中文，能不能跟大家分享一下你近期学到的哪一个中文的单词，或者是有没有队友的口头禅，你是印象非常深刻的呢？
페이지 선수가 중국어를 진짜 열심히 배운다고 들었고 혹시 최근에 배운 중국어 혹은 팀원들이 자주 하는 말 있으시나요? 배운 거?
최근에는 뭔가 좀 폼이 살짝 아쉬워서 쉬고 있고 배우는 걸 보통 슌 선수가 뭔가 말을 되게 재밌게 해가지고.
That's a lot of letters.
슌 선수가 점마쇼 이렇게 많이 하길래 그렇게 자주 쓰고
Yeah,
있어요.
I think S is fake.
最近比赛的话，是因为比赛比较多，所以说中文稍微放下了一段时间。然后薰衣选手经常说的口头禅有一个怎么说？
哦，怎么说？大家应该也听到了，怎么说呢？那也是期待你们的下一场的比赛。再次感谢我们的佩子选手来到今天的赛后采访。接下来是精彩的 Spotlight。
位置很好，
打赢赵云 Q3，哎，他们有3个兵啊，
这样可以看了，这样可以回从后面说，可以打他们呀！来，往前，要追他们，兰博，你别走，
有3个兵，
要追他们，位置很好。
看，
要不要逼？要追，
不用逼，
别逼佩子，位置很好。
哎，帮他们，
追了可以开了，这里可以开了。
我踢了
，AD 没闪，
他们一波，开了，
慢点，
开了，可以开。
哎，这波能赢了，
追，
慢一点，AD
没闪，看一下，AD 没闪，看，手势，
没闪，
哎，一波，哇，
看不有
没到了，
你没打，
可以看了，下午可以看了。
先龙给了，先给，
我看，慢点，开，
维鲁斯，W，
慢点，可以 nice。
看我们 AD，看破了，
应该赢了。
Holy crap, that's so fast attack speed. Late game Kalista is ridiculous now, man. Champion actually scales. It's kind of terrifying. She was never a scaling champion before, but now she really is. Well, alphabetically, there's quite an easy one to find between Rend and Rhyme, I guess. There is one. I mean, there's got to be another. There's one, right? Oh, it's only 5 things now. There's got to be another. Wasn't call it right? Another thingy. Vowel. I think C might be fake. Yeah, C is fake, Oh, we're in Xi'an for the second series, that's why they're doing this intro, because they have an intro for each individual arena. It's a nice dress. So I is hidden, C is fake. Not bad, folks. Damn, that's a word. Like, that's actually an acceptable word. Okay, we can probably do one more while they're like walking onto stage. There'll still be a pre-match. Ah, Jesus. That was doing, I think. Okay, so we know that all of them are good then. Doing. So that's D star, that DO. Oh, I don't know, whatever, I'll just keep down this bottom corner, it's fine. Okay, what was that from Frag? Was that Dingo? It's the same letters. We don't learn anything from that, really. Yeah, B is false. B is false. B is falsish. What did Derek just put? Oh, Derek did it on phone, I think. L is secret, L is hidden. L is hidden. This would be the lingo, right? Loading, nice. I mean, it was still probably boned, right? But oh, we already have loading, right? Ah, close. Oh, job everyone. Should go with this team. Okay. I need to remember which scenes I'm on. Because sometimes when I turn the camera off on the scene where I'm like, oh, that's the scene where my camera's on. So I have like basically two similar scenes, one which has camera up for, and one that doesn't, because in game I don't have that on, right? I am, yeah. GG Derek, GG. Okay, who's LEC regular season MVP for me? Upset. Upset is my MVP for regular season. In fact, I just put in my All-Pro / MVP votes. They should be public anyway at some point, but I put Upset for my MVP.
Hello， 大家好，我是滔博上单369。
今天要面对到西安 WE， 你觉得现在西安 WE 是支怎样的队伍？可能今天这场比赛的一些关键节奏点会在哪里呢？
我觉得西安 WE 现在
I think Upset was
挺
insane.
团队的吧，他们挺团队的。然后关键点的
And I
话，应
think
该是他
he
们
was
打野的节奏吧。
consistently putting in work. I think that there are also players like
入选了周最佳阵容嘛？你之前的采访有说过自己
like I think there's an argument that Kalist might be on best form for AD carries right now. The guy's insane. But I think consistently through regular season, Upset's pretty good.
感觉就是自己还有些就问题没有做好嘛，就希望后面能继续改进吧。
再接再厉，我们赛场再见。同时也为大家邀请到西安 WE 的打野选手 Monkey， 欢迎 Monkey 跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安 WE 的打野选手 Monkey。
上周 WE 也和很多的强队交手嘛，也相信每一场比赛都可以成为队伍进化的一个养分。你觉得上一周可能从这些比赛当中学习到了哪些经验可以好好运用呢？
主要是 BB 项的一些东西吧，然后还有就是资源团的，打架的时候一些小细节的处理，还有站位上面的东西。
那可能说到今天的比赛，打野选手的一个对位也是大家关注的重点。你和卡纳位选手都是节奏非常好，也非常有进攻性的选手。你觉得可能今天面对到他需要注意哪些部分呢？
主要注意前面野区的变奏吧，然后还有就是资源团的时候，然后处理啊，还有资源团之前分线啊，然后就是打架的时候打架细节处理啊。
好的，谢谢 Monkey 选手的分享，也让我们赛场再见。
Who's doing more work, Monkey or his hair? His hair is very upstanding.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方对阵战队。
Feels weird that they cut that off like mid high note from that song.
"首先欢迎 Top Esports。 上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助 Chris。
So once again, easy win for Top Esports, right? Top Esports have stomped down on easier opposition very, very hard. Have they even lost a game to a who have they lost games to even? So they lost the game to AL first off. One against Weibo when they were looking better. Destroyed FPX, lost YG. 2 TT. Oh, they did lose a game to WE in week 3. And to NIP. Maybe I'm wrong about saying that. I mean, NIP did play well against them in week 4 and stuff. Destroyed FPX again. Got 2-0 by AL.
LPL 第2赛段
Maybe I'm wrong in saying that. I thought that Top East was like smashing weaker opposition, but that's not true. They don't lose series well, but say well, they don't lose series. They don't lose series easily. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the 1v1. So in terms of things to watch out for in this game, sorry I've not been talking as much as I said, burnout is happening. Things to watch out for. Well, I guess bot lane has to be the win con. I think bot lane jungle has to be the win con. I think the solo lane as a top esports is so ridiculously strong compared to WE. And while I think that they've done well for their assumed level, it's going to be really hard. Cream versus Karis, mid lane 1v1 for our side select. And Ivy and Cream look sleep drive. Well, they would have had to travel up towards Xi'an. Taking most of a day to do that. Xi'an's a lovely city, by the way. I managed to. I was staying there for the LPL 23 finals. Varus locked in for Karis, and the Qiyana for Cream. Now, Cream is an old school Qiyana player, by the way. Cream is like one of the best Qiyana players in the LPL, and Chinese Qiyana players are fucking good, by the way. So I hope you're ready for this one. This should be fun. It's in a good matchup. Varus really struggles into the Qiyana. Like, really struggles, because you get to dodge out a lot of stuff. onto the Howling Abyss we go. So Cream going towards the root, interestingly. It's the Ice Blade. Trying to see if he can bait out a skill from Varus, maybe. Right there, cancel the auto, maybe because he could step back from the E of Karis, which he'll be looking to use. Goes for the on-hit. It's the on-hit. Like, in the 1v1, you definitely see them. See Cream hopping in and out, trying to dodge a quick E or Q from Karis. Needs to wait until his W's back up, does now. Can go invisible, and does. Gets some damage down. Notice he doesn't win, like, the auto attack all in. Like especially at level 3. Varus is so annoying to fight. Can get the roots onto him, maybe, and does. It's a good double passive trade there. Doesn't get a single auto attack back onto him. Cream not running the flash, going for the barrier and the ignite. Gets the Ice Blade again. The Water Blade, rather. It's another root. Ah, that's a problem now. Doesn't get that Q afterwards. Barrier for ignite. Cream can now get the E out of the brush, maybe, as well, as cooldown's coming back up again. Karis has the flash, can dodge out on a bit of that combo. Ooh, arrow used to get so... Wow, he's just dead. Wow, he's just exploded. Using the Earth Blade at the end to get the increased damage. If you're below half HP and you get hit by the Earth element, take that more damage. Cream didn't... He took like 2 auto attacks. Cream is an insanely good Qiyana player. Just been so bad on Summoner's Rift for pro play for a while that we don't really get to see it, besides occasionally in jungle. AD assassins are somewhat of a dying art for mid laners, and well, they have been for many years, really. We did see the Zed from Knight the other day, and from Zekra, of course, but that's very rare. Talon long gone from the mid lane. Qiyana dead for many years at this point. AD assassins, it's really one of the saddest things, because I think that a lot of people really love seeing them in pro play. Season 3, Season 4. The golden era of AD assassins. Zed, Talon. I think that Riot, I think as a game, League has not done well at educating players on how they're meant to play against Qiyana, Zed, Talon. And that means they're very frustrating because players don't know how they died to those champions. And therefore, those champions have to be kept weak for some reason, despite the fact that champions like Garen were kept strong for a very long time. There's been a bias balance-wise against AD assassins for a very long time. Because they're seen as frustrating. Even though they might not actually be strong, players don't know how to deal with them because they've not been educated on how to. And it means that the mains of those champions have to play a weak champion after that point. It's a similar issue as to why the why Yuumi is the way that she is. Karis has level 6, might be able to get an ult out of the brush. Of course, if Cream manages to get one out of the brush, it gets him onto the wall with that ultimate. It's actually quite dangerous positioning here from Karis. Has the flash, would need to get away from the wall. But yes, hang on a second. Has that ult into the wall and gets it. Ignite goes down. Barrier still available. And Karis does have the flash. Does get the heal from the shrine. I don't think it's going to be enough. Cream could W forwards for the E. Karis lucky to survive there. Still has the flash to get away from bits of damage. Cream still has himself barrier. Hot ticking. Remember, if he gets one more kill, then 1v1 is over. If that hits and he gets a W after again for the Earthblade, would kill. Karis very far down. And doesn't have the ult now. Oh, shitting hell, that's close. Hits the Earthblade after. Can E through a minion now. You gotta feel like this one's pretty done. Can wait for that W cooldown. Flash does get him away for a little bit. Barrier comes through. Extra W. And the Q hits. Cream clean kills early on to win the 1v1. Good to see some Qiyana back. No, I'll put on a quick 1-minute advert just to increase the pre-roll a little bit, just in case the game goes long. As I was saying before this, actually, that same issue about education is one of the reasons why, it's one of the reasons why Yuumi was released in the state that she is because I think or reworked to the way that she is. And even released too. But basically, because new players didn't have a good way to play the game, they needed a way to experience the game without actually playing it. I mean that Yuumi had to be brought out the way that she is. So you don't even need to position. You don't have to right click. You don't really play the game. And that's because the game, like a lot of new players are not given enough resources or good enough resources to actually learn how to play the game well to a higher level. Makes it very frustrating. Balance is the reason I stopped playing. Some changes should be obvious either mathematically or through common sense, but every couple of weeks they break the balance for no reason. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we don't have access to, right? First draft of Series 2. Top Esports currently in first place. Yeah, currently in first place in the table at 12-2 for Series. Have dropped some games, even though AL have lost 2 more series than Top Esports, 11-4. AL are at the same game score. So Top Esports have dropped a couple of games. They dropped against WE the first matchup round. We said WE, I feel like they found an identity and discarded it in the last series. I don't know why Vampire's been on Nami. I don't think the Nami's a good champion for him. Really need him on engaged supports. Taliyah banned away by Top Esports? Surprised at that, actually. I guess Cream just thinks that if you take away the first string of mid laners, Karras is going to really struggle. Azir banned away from Cream. So, what do we have? We have Neferi. And Neferi, Sion. And does Monkey go towards the Neferi now? What does Cube have? Ah, because WE play a lot of tank top laners. Taking one of them away from Cube's kind of big. No Rumble for him, no Gwen in terms of tank killing. Guess could go Renekton or something, just try and bully early lane. Pantheon, but no Taliyah. Monkey is... Look, WE are a good snap engage with globals player, and Monkey is a good Pantheon player. Choosing to give up the Neferi. I think Kanavi is very much happy with a Neferi on 2-3 for Top Esports. After this round of play, Taeyeon could take Varus here. Varus Pantheon could be okay. Gives you some tank killing potential. Good platform for laning phase. On the other side, you could get Nico'd here. I think Jackal of Crisp could go towards Ezreal Nico or Kai'Sa Nico. Neferi likely to get locked in and very powerful for Kanavi. Good way to deal with the Pantheon. Pantheon can never really stun you when your W's up. Very easy to immune that. I like the Rise too. Gives you a global to match the Pantheon. Not sure what Taliyah... Not sure what WE are going to do. I mean, the Ahri is fine. I think Pantheon Ahri is fine. Ahri's got a decent matchup versus the Rise. So you've got a good follow-up mid-jungle, very quick to respond. This isn't bad for WE, this is more towards what they've succeeded with recently. Snap engage with some quick follow-up, whether that be a global. I've loved the WE journey, but based on the last 2 series, I'm assuming this will be a 2-0 by Top Esports today. That was my thoughts. That was my thoughts. Cube typically needs a tank top laner. He doesn't get the Sion. He won't get the Shen. Ban out the Ornn away from him too, maybe, if you really think he's going to go towards that. Some lane dominant bot lane is banned away from Top Esports by WE. Ban away Yorick as well, I guess, from Cube if you don't want the anti-tank option. Away the Ornn. We did say, hey, let's get rid of the... I think we did say that was likely because it does look like he's playing a lot of tank top laners. So what does he have left in terms of tank top laners? Maybe he has to go towards something like the Ambessa instead and just say, well, I'm not going to play the tank top laners. Jackalope wants something that can play from backline now. Could go something like Jhin for lane value as well. Kalista +1. I mean, Kalista Renata is pretty disgusting now into the Alistar. Now you've locked the Alistar, you're getting counterpicked. So one of the problems of Vampire, his champion pool is very telegraphed, right? Like, he could have, I guess, gone towards Rel, but Rel's even, arguably not even better into the Renata because she can handshake guard you at a crash down. It's the Yorick for Cube. He does go towards that counter matchup, but Cube has not played a game with the Yorick so far. He's not really been a top lane, like, carry archetypal player successfully. His tanks have been much better on the whole. So Kanavi gets Neferi. That's terrifying for WE. I think that they lose in bot lane, which is a problem, because Taeyeon and Vampire, very key to WE's style. If they fall behind, it can be a bit of a massacre. So, first game between these two in Xi'an, China, the old capital, Chang'an, start of the Silk Road. We shall see what goods, riches, and glory come through that historical road towards these teams today. Isn't that poetic? Is that too poetic? Maybe it is. Gotta think of something to say. It's in my nature. This is a hard draft for W to play. You need pop off from Monkey to somehow get ahead on the map. It's going to be very, very difficult for them. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Look cool. Look cool. Alright, let's get into it, see how the gyros are. That is a paused video. Here we go. On to the riff we go. Topu! Jayo! WA! You get to learn what the fans call the teams, right? Topu! That's a good one. Walaganje! BLJ. Jing Dong! Jing Dong! He wasn't here today. The crowd leader. He wasn't there. I missed his voice. Okay, so it's on hit Varus trying to cut through the front line. That makes sense. Does make your laning phase a lot harder. On hit Varus does not do that well versus Kalista. Alistar doesn't do that well versus Renata or Kalista. If this is a double, you shouldn't stack on each other at this point either. If they walk up stack, that's a problem. If the double E hits them, that's a big issue. Was actually a chance of that coming through. Maybe just trying to hide this a little. Yeah, it's the double E. So the headbutt means nothing onto Jackalope because it goes into a shield. The heal comes up. They have Rend. Like, this is simple 2v2 stuff. You don't stack together for that E at the level 1. Two-man level 1 E is one of the biggest laning tools that Renata can have. It's like, a Karma Q, I guess, but with a shield on top of it too. And then you don't, I guess he needed to trade the headbutt in anyway, but it just sucks at that point, right? Level 1 by Taeyeon and Vampire in laning phase, which has typically been a good spot for them in their laning phase. Oh boy, is that top esports? Is it like a double meaning? Okay, so Kanavi gets level 3, goes bot side. He's been focusing so much more on bot lane recently. After first stand, look, at first stand they were schooled. Really schooled. So what's going to be put down here? Monkey should be able to spot them. Monkey can counter dive too. Like, he has W. Needs to be careful here. Does use it now. Flashes out of that combo. Doesn't get caught. Decent flash away. But now you've got empowered. What have you got empowered from Monkey there? Jackalope wasn't there. Flash for the handshake doesn't do that much. But what it does mean Monkey can't really do much in bot side jungle now. So the objective is secured by top esports, which is bot side dominance, steal away our bot side camp. What this also means is that Monkey can't save bot lane's laning phase. The bot lane laning phase is already over. They're down 10 CS. Going to quickly push in. They're not going to switch lanes, interestingly. So it's going to be a camp steal from Kanavi, who's going to go towards topside Scott. Wait, is he really going to go on towards the red buff as well? Should see that the blast cone is down. So should know that Monkey is on this side, because I believe blast cone should have spawned by then. Sees the Raptors are down as well. So he'll be able to get top scuttle. Bot lane will go back towards bot lane, get control of that, and potentially get double scuttle as well. 369 is doing fine in the top side laning phase. Gonna clear from top to bot towards it. Kanavi's farming has been so efficient here. Yeah, he loses flash on that bot side play, but it doesn't matter. Losing that flash doesn't matter at that point. Monkey's spotted. Down a blue buff, of course. Kanavi going to be hoovering towards the bot side. And Monkey very unlikely to be able to do anything about bot scuttle. Cream with flash, rune prison. Potential bot side lane dominance from Jackalov and Chris being able to roam it towards the bot scuttle. Very important. Well, I'm surprised that actually Jackalov and Chris didn't clip that wave harder to look for a bot side scuttle domination play from Kanavi. So Monkey is going to get that bot side scuttle. I'm surprised. Especially with Cream with the ability to join the play so hard as well. So Monkey at least gets himself the bot side scuttle. Monkey's now going towards bot side to make... I mean, Vampire could Hex Flash out of a brush. Chris doesn't have Flash. Okay, this is good for them now. But why is Kanavi not here protecting the dive? I mean, this is a great play coming out of Monkey and Vampire, but this is obvious. Jackalov and Chris not playing with a minimap again. One of the big problems that we called out from first stand. This duo lane can play without a minimap sometimes. They could have gone towards the bot side scuttle, double scuttle for Kanavi. Kanavi was not down there shielding the dive. Chris was not paying attention to Fog of War. This is a typical mistake from top esports. Well played from W to punish the opening. Well punished from that. You know, not many teams within the LPL do that, but it is issue. It's an issue for top esports. This should have been a domination of the bot side of the map. Instead, now Monkey's got himself a kill in the jungle matchup, which he had no right to do so. And Jackalov and Crisp are the reason for that. They didn't play with the minimaps on. They'll get pushed again now. 15 CS lead on the bot side so far. Tayan got himself a back for a pickaxe, so he's happy with that one. Yo, what the fuck? Remember Hecarim top lane? Yep, I do. His sustain in solo lanes was very, very problematic. The biggest problem with Hecarim is that he's balanced towards jungle killing because he needs the sustain for that, but you're not allowed to have that in a lane in the same way. Yes, Alistar was counterpicked. Alistar was counterpicked by the Kalista Renata. This should be dominance from top esports on the bot side of the map. And you said, oh, well, we were saying, hey, you know, Kanavi went towards bot lane in that first play. Typically, bot lane don't play with Kanavi that close to them because Kanavi wants to be invading more. Now, he does play on their side of the map, uses that well, but come on, Jackalov and Crisp. You gotta play towards your win condition. The laning phase is a huge part of how you can easily win this game. Gotta do better than that, you know? Kanavi around the corner. Could potentially look for... I mean, Kanavi's not gonna get level 6. Are they afraid of a Pantheon gank? They're not tracking the jungle very well too. Okay, flash away from Tayan, that's good. Jackalov hopping beyond the wave. Takes a hard trade on the way back, not exactly sure why. Scuttle Crab respawning on bot side. Monkey spotted, Karis first roam. X-Flash used by Vampire not to do too much. Honeyfruit will mean that Tayan is much happier to fight now. Double bleed from Kanavi. Decent trade from Cream. Doesn't have that much mana, but has a tier, so hang on a second. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Karis could charm Flash. Karis was playing around that a little bit. Monkey has Empowered, so he can go towards Empowered E for the move speed out. Chooses not to. Cream needs to recall. I think Cream does need to recall. Doesn't really have the mana he'd like. So, bot side's got a claimed by top E. This should be claimed by them. See if it kills it in time. It does. Dragon now available. That's a ult. But this is... I mean, he doesn't use his W. He's out first. Messy from W. Typically so much better at snap engaging with those ultimates. First ult of the game, not good from Monkey there. Now, Monkey played out that first kill on the bot side well. Kanavi can now stay on bot side. Now knows that he's not in threat of being engaged onto by the ult again. Monkey has the extra XP. Had that level 6 before Kanavi, of course. One of the reasons he was going for this. How is Kanavi behind an XP? I guess it's because all of his camps are up. Every single one of his camps is up. Feels messy. I was just saying beforehand, it felt like Kanavi's farming was efficient in the first, second clear or whatever. I think that's a mistake now. Monkey could potentially look for a flash forward. Chris has heal and the Realm Warp's coming down. So Vampire has flash, Monkey has flash, double flash away. Global from top east, what's much more valuable than the global from WE. Cleanse blown by ultimate from Taeyun. Karis now coming down. Charm goes forwards and Cream dies. Cream, oh no, Kanavi's got resets potentially. And he gets it through. Where's the next one coming through? Goes on towards Monkey, questionably. Ren's potential in here. And there's also the bailout. And the Ren's come through to make sure it's a reality. Taeyun has that passive reset. Remember, Varus has incredibly good resets and gets the triple kill. Those kills give so much AD and attack speed. And W win out on the bot side of the map. Top Esports. This early game has not been good for them. It's been very poor from Top Esports, and WE playing around that Varus so well. Karis making it down to get that first play onto Cream. This is without a good man drop, but I think, a big part of this is Kanavi having a weird last minute or two, overly focusing on this bot side, leaving most of his camps up, so behind, he was maybe down like a full level NXP from a full clear. Lots of damage going towards Cream. Taeyun gets himself a reset, so he gets a ton of attack speed, AD, and AP from his passive. Taeyun just gets to continually auto-attack through. And yes, the Ren sets are good coming through from Jackie Love. And Taeyun gets another reset. Look how much attack speed he gets at this point in the game. Attack speed from his passive, from the lethal tempo. You can't allow Varus to get that many kills. Karis, no flash, no ult. Up in 10 seconds, Kanavi has his ult followed too. If he does anything, kill to Kanavi. Bad mistake by Karis. Good play from 369 to flash in for the slow. Good setup. Bot side scuttle available. Bleed through the brush means that Kanavi will spot out Monkey. Pulls him back to even just about in gold, actually, the kill bot side, importantly so. Yorick gaming is going to be a problem this game. Cube is better on tanks than he is on carries. And also, I don't think Yorick is very good versus Callista or Neferi, because they can both hop out of the Dark Procession and often kite him very, very well. Jackalov does have 3 kills, so he's still ahead of gold compared to Taeyun. Had that early CS advantage as well. Surprised that Top Esports laning phase wasn't as good through that bot lane, actually, though. I thought he would actually have a larger lead. They picked for it. The on-hit Varus, not good versus the Callista a lot of the time, and Alistair should really be suffering versus the Renata, but he's managed to get out of that laning phase now. And now we see, look, it's an even enough game. You have Pantheon ult, you have Snap Engage tools. W have a comfort comp. This is a comfort comp. So let's see how much damage they can do. Their team fighting probably not as good as the... Well, it's not as good as the other Ascent group teams. Let's just definitively say that. Top Esports are our #1 team. Should really be looking to stomp out games like this. Herald, no, Grub started up. Kanavi coming through. Level 8. Double buffs. Same for Monkey. First Heisman hit for both of them. Shojin through. Vampire over the wall has Hex Flash spotted on it, so they're not going to go up and walk towards this. Top Esports give over all 3 Grubs. Especially with a Yorick in the game, that feels like a mistake, but if they feel like they can't win the fight, sure, I understand that, I suppose. Varus should have opted for the poke. I agree. I do agree too. Yorick can deal with the Scion, if anything. The poke is better for against every other member of the team. Dragon now started up. First one not taken very early into the game. This is the first one, of course. 369 could sit in this brush, look for an engage. Vampire not going to walk up and clear that ward. A little bit early charge by 369. We'll walk back towards bot side and playing the farm there. No gold lead for Cube. 369 playing well through the laning phase so far. And as we said, Cube typically a tank player, not really wanting to play the split push style as much. He's played a lot of Ambassador, that's the other thing, of course. So he has played some carries, but even then he's playing that for team fights, not necessarily for the laning phase. Wow. It's nasty as heck. But the maiden, when she gets so far away from the Yorick, does end up getting leashed back to her very hard. To him very hard, I suppose. Rod of Ages, Malignance completed in mid lane, so Cream on one, Karis on the other. Morning Mist hits Cube. Has a Sunfire Cape though, can wave clear well. Even in farm with the Yorick at this point in the game is actually quite good for him. Again, even in gold. No plates, well, one plate taken by Cube, I suppose. In top lane turret, but nothing else. When's the next global coming in? Yeah, WE typically, one of the reasons why not Cube. Well, yes, Cube. One of the reasons why WE have done so well, went from 0 and 6 to 5 and 6 it was because they managed to play around globals and snap engage tools well. Vampire will be spotted here now. Zoned off the tower. Cream phase rushing away from turret. Karis jumping into, get some value. Crisp uses the heal there. Karis still has some ult charges left. It's a Q. Well played by Karis there on the weak side. Ult for Summoner. Must be a recall from Cream. Can teleport back in. Was that a charm? Jackalove? No, it was very close. Vampire on vision here. Vampire has been on vision for most of the game, actually. Vampire struggles to play the game when vision starts to fall behind for W, because he's a very creative player. He likes to find the strange angle, come out of Fog of War. But if there's no Fog of War, then that's not possible. Cream stacking up the tier. Rod of Ages stacking, as we said before. Karis going for the full burst build. Has, well, I say full burst, but I guess it would be slightly different. Well, no, Malignance is still out. Going towards the burst boots, worth noting. So he wants to really one-shot the backline. Malignance and Ultimate Hunter giving you the ultimate cooldown that you need. Going towards the Dark Seal early, so if he gets involved in kills, can get some extra AP ahead of the game. See if Karis can make use of that. Quite hard to do that versus Bailout, versus Scion starting a fight and forcing you to play respectfully. W need to get a snap and get... They're trying to do it now. Where's the Pantheon? Here comes the ult. This is the way that top esports play the game. Very good. Hey, Phase Rush comes through. Cream still has Flash. They should still be a play under turret, maybe. Okay, actually, Cream survives. Okay, fair play. Thought that Cream was going to die 100% there. Good use of the Realm Warp and the Phase Rush. Cream proves me wrong. W still going to be able to go in towards the tower. They have the 3 grubs. They'll be able to take the first tower of the game. But no kill for WE. Cream will be able to pick up the rest of the wave. Response from top esports in the mid lane. How is top esports ahead? Plates. Plates. And a little bit of farm here and there. All hits onto the turret. They do have the Callisto to take care of somewhere. Don't love that Callisto ultimate. Think that would have been much useful a little later. Jackalove, flash comboed onto. Great hostile takeover, and Vampire might have gone too far. Scion trying to slam into the RE. Misses that now, and still it's going to be the disengage. Not a great engage by Vampire. Uses his flash not to achieve that much. Jackalove, I suppose, buys his flash too. Karis jumping forwards. Cube, gets something there. Remember, there's no Callisto to pull Chris back out again. Failed engage by WE. I think basically 369 chose to clear out mid-wave instead. He's saying like, look, the fight is over. I don't need to get damage onto Karis. I'm going to ult past him, clear the wave, and get value. Look, W had already failed their engage. As soon as Vampire fails the flash engage, really, as in like he gets onto a target but doesn't mean anything, like top esports should know that they're safe out. Should, really. Cream stopping a recall there. With the Q and the Scorch. Karis should have held Charm. I don't think it matters. Vampire engaged too far away from him. And I think after that point, you're not landing the engage anyway. Not with Vampire with no flash and no combo. At this point in the game anyway. Herald now started up. Be the second objective of the game for top esports. Cream doesn't have teleport. Does have ult coming up soon-ish. Yorick getting some alone time on tower. Teleported down towards that bot side. I guess Scion could ult towards that to clear out the wave. Doesn't need to though. Close enough. Dragon up now. Is Dark Procession going to come through? It is. Not going to get that Q on target. Pantheon coming in towards mid lane. Monkey, that's the third ult. That's not been good. Okay, no, the top one top side was fine. That's the second ult that's not been good from Monkey. 369 lost half his HP in that trade, by the way, to Cube. Does need to be careful with that. Dragon now likely for WE. Pushing towards the other lanes, though. Mid lane, outer turret is already gone. Top lane and outer turret going to get pushed into by Cream. No grubs, of course, to make that easier to take. Kanavi putting some vision down. Top Esports doing a good job of putting vision down into WE's side of the map. 369 might die here. I mean, he can also... I mean, he can just ult under turret too. Ooh. Turret shots onto Monkey. Herald into top side. This is a mistake, by the way. Top Esports would have taken this anyway. And the second Herald charge does less damage. That's a mistake by Top Esports, by Kanavi. Don't summon that there. We'll spot that out in that brush too. They don't have grubs to do that much damage to the tower, but WE, I don't know if they're safe defending this, actually. 4 people strong top side now. Demolish comes up from Crisp, who has it on there. 2 turrets pushed in. So the Herald play doesn't really make a difference. 369 clearing the other side has Q's and Sunfire for wave clear. Is Sharelia on Yorick core in his build or not? No. Or do you mean Cyrilda's? Cyrilda's is not, no. Teleporting towards the mid lane. Hang on, this might be an overplay here. Who's coming in? It's the Realm Warp. Charm comes through. Hostile takeover is magnificent. Kara's going to be forced to jump away. Taeyun getting some good damage back towards them. Kanavi might get taken down by Taeyun. While all this happened, Vampire has been massacred by the front line of Top Esports. Kanavi survived the play by Taeyun, and Taeyun was not there for extra damage. Taeyun might have tunneled too much on towards the dog, and Karas has no cooldowns left to escape the sun. 369 chomps down on him. W3 from Kanavi comes back off a cooldown. Top Esports punish the over-engagement from W. The macro from Top Esports is so much cleaner. W are getting schooled by Top Esports in terms of macro right now. Absolutely schooled. This mid game's so good from Top Esports. Would I like to see some Aurelia into Yorick? The changes mean that Aurelia is less good into Yorick now, by the way. The Q doesn't insta-kill ghouls all the time, so get the instant stacks. Also, Aurelia is very hard to teamfight with. Even if you get good 1v1s, it doesn't matter. So Karas out of position. Taeyun and Karas not positioning well. Great punish by Crisp. Because, look, the Alistair can't stop the engage by the Renata. Crisp has always been one of the best Renatas within the region. Taeyun tried to take down Kanavi on the side, didn't manage to do so. He was out of position then to carry the rest of the fight. He needs to be a lot of the damage for this team. Bot turret now falling. Karas does have ult. Is there a Rune Prison to come through? Ult comes through from the Scion and completely misses. He's going to ult through the base for reasons I'm not entirely sure of. You can get a Honey Fruit from the base, I guess. Okay. Pantheon ult now going towards Scion. Mate, I don't actually think you kill him. I'm not gonna lie, I don't actually think you kill him. Is there a blast cone available? Okay, maybe he does. Black Cleaver Sundered Sky actually pretty good at killing tanks. 369 knows he's dead. He's gonna clear out some minions. 369 probably should have just cancelled his ult sooner rather than going on a trip around the world. Gives a kill over towards Pantheon. That was a 3. That was a 3. A funny 3, but a 3. I think he should just cancel his ult. I mean, I don't think there was threat there. Not sure what the macro play was there. Trying to clear out a wave, I guess, in the base. Monkey good out ult there. Gets some good value. Is this the new patch they're playing on? This is 0.9, I think, isn't it? It'll come up on the bottom left at some point. Let me see. Yeah, it's 0.9. 25.9. You can see there. I just put that thing in there, so actually... Karas has no ult. WE just getting destroyed in macro. Their vision control has been poor. I think that Vampire and Monkey have not done enough to clear out vision and to put vision down. It's one of the problems of playing against a top team. The game feels unplayable because enemy jungle support is just outvaluing you. This has been a huge diff from Crisp and Kanavi. 3692, of course, in the top lane role. You should not be even in or ahead in gold compared to the Yorick. That shouldn't happen. Hey, Kiwi, good to see. The first series was very bad, Kiwi. It was very scrappy. Lots of throws. It was fun, but it was very bad level of play. JDG 1-2-0, but it was at what cost, you know, to our sanity. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Will be the second free of the team. Tenacity and heal shield power. Actually quite important to both sides. Technically, the Yorick Q is healing. So you get value off of Kente Dragons for your Q healing. Same thing with Sundered Sky as well. Shield's very valuable towards Scion. Technically towards Renata as well. And the Tenacity important to both sides too. Top esports, 5,000 gold lead off. Yeah, 5,000. And control over the bot side of the map. W have 1 turret. Top esports have 4. They have more plants as well. And they got the Atakan, so they have more value out of them. Dragon goes down. And another turret being pushed into W. I guess they could pull the man drop. I just don't think it's that valuable. Okay, Comet flashed away from turret coming, teleport coming through. Karis on the flank, spotted out by Kanavi. W gets some defensive. There's a Mikhail's onto 360. He takes a lot of damage actually, but Chris, oh my god, another great hostile takeover. Karis hand shook into death. And that's the trade deal he really didn't want. Triple knockup from 369, and the whole team evaporates. WE, well, might as well call them Underworld Elites at this point. Taken down the River Styx by Charon, the Scion. 369 at the helm of that boat. Turret goes down. It'll be an inhib afterwards. Absolutely out macro. 24 minutes into the game. This is the game, folks. This is the game. WE are going to lose to Top Esports in around 25 minutes. 10 seconds left on Vampire and Taeyun. It's not going to be enough. This will be under 25-minute victory for Top Esports. Massacring WE on their comfort composition, showing truly the level between a top team and the rest of the table. A 25-minute win. And that was with not the best early laning phase from Top Esports bot lane. From a mistake here, you know, with that ultimate from 369. That was not close at all. Not close at all. Crisp was ridiculous on the Renata. Ridiculous from them. Ridiculous. Not oh, my hands all greasy now. Blech. Well, don't know what you make of that one, but that was pretty terrifying to watch. Didn't feel like it was that eventful. And this was my worry, right, where WE looked good against FPX, TT, Weibo maybe, a failing JDG. I don't think WE have really pushed top teams in the way that that they need to climb up the table. I think that some teams have not prepared well against them because they've overlooked them, and I think they've seized that opportunity. This was a comfort draft for WE. These are almost all comfort champions beside Cube on the Yorick, and I don't even think that that's what really solved this game. I don't think it game changes if Cube is on a tank top laner. I don't think it matters. WE got absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. I think Taeyun should have gone towards the Poke Varus. I think that might have helped a little bit, but they got destroyed in laning phase. The level 1 from Taeyun and Vampire was a big problem. They managed to recover that because Monkey was still actually playing quite well in that phase of the game. But then the ults weren't good enough. They lost vision control. I think Monkey and Vampire got schooled in vision control. It's all well and good to have the highlight play, going in for a big combo, going in for the big engage. You must be good at vision control too. Especially against a team like Top Esports. You couldn't use the Pantheon ult in the way that you wanted to, because you were always on vision. You couldn't have those big Alistair combos because Vampire was always on vision. They were not good enough at vision control in this game. Not at all. That was the biggest difference, actually. It wasn't just the fact that Top Esports moved, you know, fought well and they pushed lanes well or something. Every time they chose an area of the map to play in, they were littering the map with wards very, very effectively. Hey, I need to get another drink. My voice is actually starting to not feel so great, actually. I'll leave you with the highlights. I got some time on the pre-rolls. I'll give myself a drink. Chat, I hope you know you're cuter than all these dresses combined. Wow. Flatterer. Okay, I gotta get myself a drink. I'll be the MVP soon. And I'll be back. I think getting my hair curled so much for LEC has really hit the health of my hair. Like my ends of my hair are fucking brittle, man. My hair used to be so healthy too. Like I've been conditioning more and I'm using XYZ things on the ends of my hair to try and like keep it alive a little longer, but I don't know, maybe I just need a haircut at this point for like the ends of my hair.
TCL 红冠战马 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
长弓怒放，我的女王来我身边，就是我是女王的恩典。
Nymaera, the best commentator, very insightful. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sorry if I'm a bit overly negative. Today, yeah, feeling feeling a very large bit burnt out. Quite low energy. Okay, let's play some words on stream. I gotta play some adverts and we'll do some words on stream. It's only the first level for this one, so this should be fine. I wouldn't necessarily call it tired, Amber. It's a little bit more soul deep than that. Like, I'm tired all the time, so that's normal. Is that patent? This it's a lot of things, right? I've been overly stressed for a long time. Got a lot of things to do, emotionally, creatively, physically. I'm just very, it's a lot of things adding up. It doesn't feel like tired covers it, but yes, it does. Yes, you're not wrong, but yeah.
그냥 상대할 때마다 강팀이라 생각하고 있고, TES 상대할 때는 상대 정글 위주로 이제 움직이는 게 확실해서 정글 선수를 좀 조심해야 될 것 같고, 바텀 라인전이나 모든 라인전부터 신경을 써야지 게임이 진행되고 거기서 맛부터 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 뭐 어느 챔프든 나올 수 있다고 생각하고, 뭐 드키로버 선수가 좋아하는 드레이번도 나올 수 있고, 뭐 다 나올 수 있다고 생각하는데, 뭐 사실 등봉조 바텀 라인 자체가 다 잘하는 선수들이 많아서 그게 상관은 안 쓰는 것 같고, 강하게 한마디 할 게 없긴 한데, 뭐 하자면 그냥 잘 라인전 해보고 싶습니다. 일단 이번 한 해는 LPL 팬분들이 제 이름에 기억 남는 원딜이 되고 싶은 마음이 좀 크고, 저희 팀원들 뭐 다 잘하고 있고 고생하고 있는데 좀 더 고생 다 같이 해서 웃으면서 마무리되면 좋겠고, 뭐 그렇습니다.
WBG 的话，目前就是他们野辅找机会找的比较多吧，也比较果断。然后觉得我们打他们的话，就是需要在一些可能少人的位置的话，就是要打得更好一点。就是很感谢粉丝们一直来支持我们嘛，然后我们就是后面也会一直努力。现在的目标的话，就是还是希望能把第一给稳下来吧，然后就希望能稳下来，然后后面的话就是希望能和队友们一起接着保持状态，然后去好好打接下来比赛。
Wait, will we ever get to see Nymaera Hot Dog Neferi again? I mean, it's funny enough that they maybe let me do it again. Maybe. Do I know if I'm going to be on LEC next weekend? So there's none this weekend, folks. There's no LEC this weekend. However, the week after, yes, I am. I'm trying to remember which days I'm on. Which days am I on? So, yeah, I'm on all days first week back. Desk, cast, desk. So I'll be doing, yeah, all 3 days of the next weekend back. And then I'm on, yeah, I'll be, yeah, so I've got a couple of desk days, a couple of cast days, which is cool. Oh, you can spell it the other way too. They actually have both spells of meter. Because meter, like the measurement, meter is in like a parking meter or something. So something between tome and team, it's alphabetical. So it's either TE. Oh, I'm locked out. I can't guess anyway. So, cool. Nice. Alright, I don't think we've got time for one more. Am I more excited for KC MCOY or GT Fnatic? That is a good question, actually. That's a good question. It's their best of 5s now, right? Are they best of 5s? They don't have LGD Meteor? Oh my god, Yahoo, that's a hell of a throwback. I said throwback's not that long ago, but yeah. Was that 22 or 2020 that was in? It was a while ago. Meteor. Yeah, so they're best of 5s. Let me think. Let me do this thing as well. Change the scene. I think actually on current form, KC MKOI is a better series. It's a shame that it's gonna... I mean, imagine that on a... Oh, I was just thinking, imagine that on a stage like in Madrid or Paris. It'd be so cool. Should be pro. Oh, maybe we did. God damn it, we did have time for another thing. Whatever. We don't now. We did actually have time for another round of words on stream. I was bad. On the topic of LEC, I can't believe Vitality lost that. I mean, I can. It's an unmitigated disaster for Vitality. It's an unmitigated disaster. I have, you know, I've got friends on Vitality. I also have great respect for Heretics as well. And by the way, I got to chat with Carlson's dad outside the studio, which was very cool actually, because he remembered me from back in 2022 NLC when I used to cast Carlson on Astralis Talent. But yeah, Carlson's family came out to see him. Camille's siblings as well were out there too. They lost, and they were, that was the 2-0. That was just before. That was on the series, not the tiebreaker. It was kind of cool getting to kind of get some family perspective on the players, really. So it's it's very hard for me to root against Heretics because they're a very entertaining team. I love seeing a team like, I mean, related back to WE. I like seeing a team which I thought was going to be crap be better than that. It's very inspiring. It's very inspiring to see individuals and a unit find a way to make things work. It's very cool. On the other side, you know, Vitality, I've got friends on the organization. I like Mac and Pat a lot. I know bits and pieces of the staff behind the scenes. I like the players. They've always been very kind to when they've been talking to me before, and they've been very entertaining. So it was very bittersweet watching that game, and you can tell the tension really affected the level of play. The tension really affected the level of play. A lot of mistakes made on both sides, and there was a lot of throws. Okay, into game 2, W on blue side. No Talia WE. Are they also going to ban out tank top laners again later into the draft? Did WE want to early lock in something like Ornn or Shen without knowing the matchup? With Gwen available, that feels really dangerous. Feels very dangerous. Or Gnar for 369. You can also play that into those champions very well. WE banning away some of the snap engage tools for top esports and the Yone and the Vi. So they're banning the Gwen to secure themselves a better top lane tank matchup. I think 369 was super happy that last game. And then Nico's banned away. Although I don't consider Vampire a Nico player. I don't know why, actually. Has he played much of it? He has. Okay, he's actually got he's 3-0 on the champion. Okay, you know what? That's fair. 3-0 on the Nico. It's a very strong champion. Karis gets the Azir, long range scaling. No Talia to counter it now. I think Akali's actually completely fine. Like, come on, that'd be so fun. Please, please. I want to see some Syndra gameplay. It'd be fun. Lane dominance from the... I mean, I mean, MF is very lane dominant, but I think you take Taeyan's Ezreal, right? Yeah, you take it away from him. Jackalove's good on it. Had a very good game on it the other day versus JDG. Taeyeon has been insane on the Ezreals. 10 games of it. He's only 4-6, but God, his gameplay on it's been good. Shinzao for Kanavi. I think you're now angling for a Kai'Sa angle for Taeyeon. I think you're angling for a Kai'Sa angle. I think they should go towards a Kai'Sa. I think that that gives you very good ability to chase down the Ezreal, pick out the Shinzao if he's out of position, and dive inside that ultimate at points. Skarner for Monkey. Powerful champion for him. Is his most played. 3 and 4 in it so far. But again, you know, W lower win rates at anything which is looking okay in terms of win rate looks better. And here is that Kai'Sa angle that we were thinking about. I do have a bit of a worry for W if they lock that in, that they get double banned in support in the next round and it becomes problematic. So they lock in the Ashe instead. Okay, only the second game of Ashe for Taeyeon. Good snap engage tool. I like that now. Macedonian Warfare. Can steal the Azir ult for a push of pikes. 2 phalanxes against each other. Spearmen come to play. Isn't Ashe not great right now? She's still fine, but she's not top tier. And now you've just given the Ashe arrow to steal away, which has an AP scaling, which is kind of scary. Okay, so the Ashe Braum banned away. I mean, I guess with no Nico, it's harder to punish that lane. I was wondering if you actually needed to ban the Braum. Maybe you could bait the Braum pick in and then pick like a ranged support into it. Leona banned away from Crisp. Ezreal, Leona, one of the better ones. Rel notably up on the table. Kai'Sa was way better, Shame. I mean, it's better for Taeyeon. Taeyeon's a very good Kai'Sa player. Taeyeon in that last game on the Varus did very well in the early game, but not necessarily his best thing. The Seraphine banned away from Vampire. I mean, look, guys, I would let Vampire play the Seraphine. He's not a good Enchanter player. I know it's a good duo, but I wouldn't let him. I would just happily let Vampire play an Enchanter. Also, you can get the Encore at that point for the Sylas to steal. I know it's a good combo with the Ashe, but just let Vampire play it. He's not a good Enchanter player. Ban the Rel or the Rakan or something instead, which he's better on. I say that he's actually only played the one Rakan game. Jace banned away from 369, one of the other anti-tank top laners. Do you lock in Rel right now for Crisp? If Vampire takes the Nautilus, I think you're happy with that too, actually. Ezreal Karma is very lane dominant. I think you can actually... I think you can Nautilus as Vampire. I think the lane is actually okay. But then you are risking Cream stealing that ultimate and looking disgustingly strong on it. Top lane support for W to pick. Yeah, I think the Nautilus is fine. I think the Nautilus is fine. It's decent follow-up. You get the slow from the Ashe into an easier to hit hook. Typically, hook champions are better into ranged champions than other melee supports. You have given the AP Nautilus ult over towards Sylas though. The Renekton's locked in. It's an okay blind pick. I think 369 can... I think you can Gnar actually and be very happy with that. I mean, I say that, I guess, yeah, I think Gnar's fine here. 369's been very good on that style of champion, right? He's finally learned how to play Gnar, folks, after all. No, he's actually been good on it for a while, but you know. Oh, that's nasty in terms of actually hitting the immobile Ashe in the backline, though. You don't have a Braum to block that out. Now the Braum ban makes more sense. 369 saying, okay, I'm going to take the Ornn. Yes, the Renekton wins the early lane, but if you don't get good value, I'm going to massively out-teamfight you. Also, Topius was needed the engage, bluntly. They needed the engage. The engage which they had was Sylas ultimate steals, which are a little bit tricky sometimes, because you also need to be doing damage on that champion. So, WE, good early lanes. You have the Renekton, you have... Well, in isolation, good early lanes. You have the Ashe and you have the Renekton. They're normally very good. However, on the other side, the Ezreal Karma, very strong. Kanavi on an absolute powerhouse of an early game champion too, and the Shin's out. And I feel like they scale much, much better than you. You don't have the same kind of long-range engage tool for AoE purposes like the Ornn. The Ornn is so disgusting in this kind of draft. You can steal the Nautilus ult for Sylas, steal the Ashe ult too. I don't think it's as much of a draft diff as last game though. Alright, let's get into game. See if WE can give us more than the minimum today. It'll be a 4-game day of Top Esports 1. A very short day at the office. Alright, see the gyros.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Crowd is fairly active here in Xi'an. Said, I like Xi'an. It's a nice city. It's got very good hot pot. Very good barbecue, by the way, if you ever go out there. You can get kind of like barbecued meat skewers. Very, very nice. Like, you can go to restaurants and you've got people walking around with megaphones holding like beef, pork, chicken, lamb skewers. And like, just give you a bunch of them for the table. It's really good, actually. The food was awesome out there. Very, very good. So, level 1. We're gonna get a flash hook. Does he need it? I think you just had the flash there, Chris. Flashes now. Does he use that heal? Doesn't have move speed anyway. Chris, my dude, just flashed the level 1 hook. Well played by WE, scatting up there for the level 1 play, but also, why did they play like that? Chris, just flash. Don't ego it. It's an ego there. Once again, the early game from bot lane of Jackal and Chris was a little bit awkward. Double E from Cream. Lethal Temper now hit from Karis though, which is a bit nasty. Okay, Jackal decided to stick around on bot side, and the turnaround's going to come through. Remember, there's no heal or... Hang on a second, does he try and kill him? Back he does! Jackal should have been easily killed there. Gets one back because Jackal spots the angle. Lucky for Jackal that he gets something back, because it's a horrid set of mistakes from Jackal and Crisp in the early game. Crisp, MVP of that game 1, I think he was, but... Mistake from Jackal and Crisp, not flashing the hook level 1, overstaying in the bot side, allowed to walk around through the tri-brush. At least Vampire made the mistake of overstaying in the 2v2 afterwards. Jackal had no E. Flash was used to secure the kill. No minions taken by Jackal, by the way. Gets a few now. God, what has happened to top esports? Like I say that, like, top esports are still 12-2, but this team's still not immune to mistakes. Kanavi, level 3, going top side. Been very bot side focused in recent weeks. Does this need to be a flash away from Cube? Needs to stay away from the wall. Doesn't matter. He wants to give it over to Kanavi. 369 choosing not to take it. Interesting. Surprised that he didn't immediately seize upon that opportunity. Ward now onto the bot side. Control ward onto that blue buff. The early goal from the assist on Vampire, allowing to get that that control ward to put down. Early laning phase from Karis has been fine. Monkey now leaving his blue buff to immediately go topside. It's because there's a stacked wave. He needs this push in now. 369 doesn't have flash, doesn't have his wave really there. Jungler's not there. I just spotted out a load of words which were not true. He did have flash. He did have the wave there. You know what I meant, though. Just wanted to crash in that wave. Takes a hard trade. We'll teleport back to lane now. He gave up the kill in that top side, remember. It allowed it to go to Kanavi instead. Teleport back. Cube gets the kill on the other side instead. So the individual matchup going to the way of Cube in terms of the early kills. Monkey. Good dropping of a camp there. I think Monkey has been very, very good for W compared to expectations. Kanavi took that control ward on bot side, by the way, and took his top side. Now doing a reverse clear. What you do with that is kind of like you clear some camps top side, go bot side, and you work your way back up to your remaining camps otherwise. He's a level up, and he has double buffs. Gets that for smite as well. Monkey. Kanavi. Flash doesn't quite get that knock up. Cream was coming over. I think that would have been a kill, actually, with Cream being able to connect with the flash E afterwards. Kanavi now a level up. Oh, this is a problem for Monkey, isn't it? This is a problem, isn't it? Because Kanavi saw he didn't have blue buff. He's a level up. Monkey, a bit of trouble here. Now, Kanavi doesn't have flash. Cube has full rage. Monkey. Low HP. Kanavi getting some good work from the passive. Oh, the empowered. Oh, that W was insane. Double kill for Kanavi on top side. Fighting the boss side, Taeyun going very deep to get that kill. Trying to body block now as Vampire is... Jaculov gets the E on the wrong side. Vampire body blocking well. Taeyun, Vampire, 2v2 killing Jaculov and Chris, who picked for lane dominance and have been slaughtered in the bot side. 3 kills for Taeyun now. However, Kanavi 3 kills in the jungle. Mistakes by the bot lane. Not gonna lie, folks. I've been spurting out some massive bullshit in terms of the actual casting stuff that I've been doing. Level 6 hit by Cream. Does he have teleport to get back towards lane? I presume so. Yes, he does. So hook lands onto Chris. Did have healed. Uses it late. And what happens here? Just gets chased down. Waits until the ignite goes off. Didn't get the entire empowered ultimate. Not the empowered ultimate. Yeah, you know what it is. The empowered W. Now what happens here? E's the wrong side. I think if he actually E'd on target, I think that would have killed, by the way. He might have been able to get the kill there, especially with the press the attack damage bonus. 369 once again doing very well into cube. Gonna go back and hit the flower. Yay, flowers. Just fist fight for the whole game. I can get behind this. Hell yeah. I think Vampire's Nautilus is probably his best champion, by the way. He's been doing very well on that. Used to think it was either his Rel or his Alistar, but I think Nautilus is probably up there. I say that partly because, like, hang on a second, there's a chance that Karras can sweep him back in. I say that because Vampire's Nautilus has looked horrific at some points. You know, missing hooks, hitting the wall next to the target, and ending up in melee range and killing himself, basically. He's been very poor on that front. Good knock up to 369. Double brittle combo. Level 6 not hit by cube yet. No flash available for 2 of these. 369 might have to use his ult to wave clear through this now. Monkey's coming topside. Does 369 wave clear out? Does he want to save his ultimate? Yep, saves his ultimate. You're saying they should have banned the Naut rather than the Seraphine? Yes, I think so. Yes, I think so. Look, we know that Vampire has a small champion pool. If you're going around to second phase and he's not banned out, I mean, aren't you just giving up a free win condition? Vampire off of comfort is very poor. We've seen that with his Nami gameplay. We've seen it with his enchanters before. He's not typically a very good player of enchanter types. Even on like the half enchanter or the Rakan, lost that recently, you know. He needs to be engaged. His worth noting that his Braum is also not done that well. Does he want a single enchanter game? They lost with his Karma, lost with his Nami, lost with Bard. Across his career. He won 1 Bard game last year, lost his Milio games, and won 1 Renata game out of 3. He's got a very poor enchanter win rate. Hang on a second, Cream does have the ultimate. Spots out Karras. Ooh, hits it. Macedonian Warfare a possibility. Needs to be careful now to do exactly that. Can walk out though, gets that ultimate. Conqueror stacked up, arrow. Missing from Taeun. Important. No ultimate that time onto Karras. Could have been spooky. Grubs have now spawned. Karras no flash, no ultimate. No Ash Arrow either. Cream can't steal. Cream. Is he going to get impaled? Uses that W. Needs to save that E to get out. Does Stu. Have Ornn ultimate. 369 was saving that. Wonder whether Cream should have just picked up all of those fruit there actually instead. Does now. Hawk shot. Teleport behind them. Coming in from Cube. 1 grub already down. Second one coming. Teleport from the Renekton is completed. They don't see it. Ornn comes through. He's not going to be here in time. It's not going to be here in time. Karras, no flash, no ultimate. That's a dead Azir. And WE, I mean, against BLG, for instance, when they played against them, they took very good fights around the grubs. Not here. Not here. Was it NIP? That was NIP, actually. Oh, no, even though WE did that too, actually, although they lost that game. Cube teleported, got nothing done there. 369's had an exceptional series again, actually. He's been playing very well. Powered W onto it. Nasty combinations coming through from the Renekton. One of those champions where against tanks, you can just take those shorter trades over time and bully out tank matches because you have sustain when they don't. Often very hard to trade back against a Renekton in the short term when he has an empowered ability. Very nearly an E-predict there from Vampire. Flashes up the emote. Doesn't get it, but he was damn close. 1,000 gold ahead in the bot lane. Taeun very nearly to the Yuntal. Realizes he can be a main carry. Shinzao's kind of spooky though, isn't he? And I think that top esports have the tools to really threaten Taeun. He has Ghost and Flash. He's, and of course with approach velocity, very, very good at chasing down plays. But if he ever doesn't have Flash, the fight is very hard to play for W. Ornn on top of it, instant kill. Full Sunfire completed from 369. Can do that with the Ornn passive. Complete things in lane. Karras Karis getting W'd on there. Cream maxing the W. Sometimes you go towards that Q max into range matchups because it gives you much better wave clear. Good poke as well. Teleport back in from 369. Goes back for the regen now. There's a... Now, the ult's not available for 369, but I was thinking there's actually a chance you can stop him from backing there. On with that is nasty. Steals the Azir ult. If that chain had hit, would have once again thrown him back in towards Kanavi. Vampire takes a good chunk. And Chris will clear a ward. Tonight on bot lane. Chris clears a ward. Kanavi hits a blast cone. And Cream looks to dive Karis. Well, person who can drive this Azir ult is not the Stig, but he's his Mage Seeker brother. Cream, I guess. Is he going to be started out recalling then? No, okay, safe recall. In the pocket of Fog of War. Monkey going into the bot side river. Wants to avoid river across what could have been in that pixel brush down in the river. Taeyeon very far ahead. He played the early lane very well. Punishing a disrespectful Jackal and Crisp, who didn't play 2v2 that well today, actually, or the 2v3 especially. We know that top esports can just sometimes randomly fall apart. Some say. Some say he had a 20-match win streak on Tristana. And some still remember when he flew into the sun against top esports. All we know his name is Cream. Kranavi goes forwards. Vampire, that was an ultimate of all time. Does get out alive. Taeyeon pop the ghost and the flash. Great sidestep, actually. If that ultimate had hit onto Jaculov and cleanse, I think it would have forced the cleanse. Now the problem is no summoners. 369. Q onto turret. Gets aggro onto him. That means it's not going onto Kanavi, though. Dropped on the other side. 369 will get out from under turret with that flash. Taeyeon goes down. Really good roam from 369. Very good roam. Cream now coming up. Doesn't have the Azir ult anymore. Ornal coming through. Oh, Monkey flashes away. Vampire lucky to live there too, I think. Positioning was okay. So, kill quickly coming through. Teleport now back up towards the top side. Not back up towards the top side, just tap side in general from Cream. It's ahead of gold compared to Karis. The macro much better from W again. Much better macro. I think WE, you know, they're good enough to snap engage onto people out of position. I actually think Kanavi can fight this, by the way. I think that we need to be very careful. That is a very scary Shin's out. But yeah, W have been schooled in macro today. I don't think their vision control has been good enough on the whole. I think that their laning phase hasn't been bad in bot lane. I think, well, okay, it wasn't great in the first lane, actually, the first game, but then they were counterpicked, so I suppose you could say it was alright. Dragon's going to go to the side of W, evening up 1 for 1. Jackalov's still 1,000 gold behind. Really struggling in the early lane. Chris and Jackalov disrespecting the level 1 very heavily. Struggling to stabilize after that point. Oof, there's a lot of damage coming through, actually. Yuntal gives you that increased attack speed when you first go into a combat with enemy champions. Ornn, no ultimate. Could go for a dive here. They have the Dominus from Cream to get extra value. Get some value in there without taking turret aggro. Misses the E this time. Cube trapped under turret. 3 grubs on top easels means the mice can come through. Teleport towards the other side of the map now. Is this going to be first turret? I think it is. No one's going to be there to wait for this. The first turret's going to go to the side of WE. That'll be the feats of strength for them. Good escape there from Cube. Pushing in the mid lane too. They don't have grubs. They're just pushing better here. Cream will take solo top turret now, though. And I think the solo gold over towards Cream is kind of scary for WE. He has a lot of very good ults to use. The damage which the Silas can do in these kind of games is kind of insane. Map hacks from the Ashe. Firing that hawk shot into the enemy jungle. Cream, level 11, can use that second level of Dominus, comes through, pops it early. Kanavi up on the top side, gets enough CC, teleport behind them. Here comes the Ornn. They can't stop him getting to the play. Cube does have flash. I think he's going to die. It's just whether they can get one on the other side. Flash to the other side of him. Ashe Arrow lands onto the Karma. Impale does not land onto the Ornn. The Renekton dies. A bit of an overinvestment now from WE, hoping that would be able to turn things around. I think they're just missing tools now. 369. It's a grass proc onto Monkey. Dashed out of the Impale. And suddenly that's what 4 ultimates used from WE. Nothing to show for it. Didn't have a cross map. Typically quite good at responding quickly to plays on the map. But the setup was not there. Top Esports moving first because they knew the play was coming in advance, and WE, while they're quick at reacting, not that good. Taeyun doesn't have ult now. Chris going forwards, and Taeyun, as strong as he is, can't survive the 1v2. Vampire hooking into the brush. Not getting that much done, sadly, for him. Stealing the Impale. Gets the one man. Not that great. Dragged back into the... I don't know really what you were thinking there, Cream. Tower goes down, but I feel like Cream's death was utterly unnecessary. Monkey punishing, driving him back into the wall. Now, if the Impale had caught Monkey as well, maybe that would have been fine, but very greedy and ambitious there from Cream. Goes down for his first death of the game. Is there anything to take on the other side? I suppose it would be a return of the mid... A Vampire Classic. Flashing over the wall for no good reason. Has Hex Flash, I suppose. But, feels a little bit like that one's going to be wasted now. No Flash ult opportunity. Brettle proc coming through. Great zoning off by 369. Very tanky at this point in the game already. Oh, he's just absolutely throwing his wallet at them. Saying, look, I got a Sunfire Cape. What can you do about it? That was, See, that's the kind of Flash I know more from Vampire, isn't it? The rest of this split largely been quite good, but if you've not been acquainted with Vampire, he's not someone who does this uncommonly. He does this every so often, you know. It was left a lot to be desired there. It did, didn't it? 369 is only 300 gold behind against Renekton, and that's a bad sign for WE. Much like what happened in the last game with the Sion versus the Yorick. Cube wants to be on the tank side of this matchup, but 369 has been given blind pick of tanks, and I think that WE have struggled to allow Cube to be useful. Macro's been much worse. Kanavi is 4 kills, jumps forwards. It's a bit of damage. The Black Cleaver means he is actually a damage threat now in 1v1s. Very much that. Blue buff taken. But look how far back W have to play to be off of vision. There's a whole line across the middle of the map going into their jungle, which allows top esports to spot them out. W lands. Taeyun has no ghost, does have flash. If WE were in the LEC at their current form, would they be a playoff team? Yes, they would be. Yeah, they would be. I think they are better than the likes of Heretics, say, for instance, who just about slotted in. I think they would be sick, though. I think GX are actually quite a good team. Jumping forwards. Grace gets the slow. Monkey does have flash, doesn't want to use it. Doesn't have to. Yeah, I think W could be like 6th in LEC right now. I don't think they'd be one of the top teams. No, I don't think they would be. I think that other teams would just deny... I think they'd deny the counter picks from... not the counter picks, the support picks from Vampire. I think he wouldn't get over a fearless best of 3. I think he would struggle. And this is an over-engage. Going way too far forwards. Karis might be able to... Does he put up a Sun Disc? Maybe not. Cream comes through. Macedonian Warfare potential. Cubes into the backline. Not bad, actually. Here comes Taeyun. They need him to do damage. He's not there right now. Karis gets some damage onto 369, actually. But Vampire caught out. It's currently a 1-for-1. Will end up being a 1-for-2. Not a bad response from WE. Yeah, W knew they were up shit creep without a paddle. You get something back at least. But again, the reason this works out for top esports is their vision control is much better. It's a much better game from them. From top esports in regards to vision control. WE have never been able to see the play coming in advance. I think that Monkey and Vampire have been destroyed in terms of vision control. It has not been close. Not been close at all. The Ashe is now back to even in terms of gold to Jackalope. Jackalope has clawed somehow 4 kills back. 4 kills for the Ezreal. And suddenly the Ashe, who had such a big lead, no longer that scary comparative to where she was. Great double knockup from 369. 369 by far my player of the game so far. Incredible engaging play. Look, Cube's trying to delay the pincer action. Cube likely knows he's going to die. No, he knows that. However, he's trying to buy time for Taeyun. He's trying to stop the encirclement coming in of his other teammates. I think he actually makes the right choice here. Just not enough damage on the table. Not enough. They didn't see the play coming far enough in advance. They walked into the trap. The Taeyeon clear Yeon. Yeon's really good. I think Yeon's really, really good. Taeyeon clears any LEC, ADC. I think he's really good, but I think that's really vastly underrating Upset, Kalist, and Hansama. I think they're very good. Is Yeon the best in the West? I actually think Kalist and Upset might be better than Yeon right now, but it's a good fight. I want to see that internationally, you know? Atacon up and available, 2,000 gold lead for top esports. However, they're a team which I think scale very, very well through their top lane role. I think that 369 is going to be very, very hard to kill. Taeyeon has gone for, you know, the Phantom Dancer and the Yuntal, so it's attack speed items, some raw AD, yes, but no pen, no percent HP, of course, either. Been a long time since Ash could really go Blade the Rune King. Karis would have to be the one to kill 369, really. Not likely to happen easily. Bliss is the only Western ADC that can compete with Asian ones. I mean, I think that's vastly look, Upset, I think, for most of this split has been the best AD carry within Europe. I think he's been fantastic. I think Upset has been, if he plays on this form internationally, he can compete with him. And he has done before. Atacon started up. Ornn has teleport, being checked by Karis right now. Karis also has teleport. Jackal Crisp, wave clearing mid lane. 2-item spike from Ezreal, of course, nasty, nasty spike. Atacon pulled off of, and Kanavi finds Vampire. Drive by, Vampire does have flash, might have to use that a little bit early. Impale comes through, but Shinzo ultimate gets good value, and Cream gets himself an Impale too. Doesn't use it. Ash Arrow onto the Ezreal, not actually achieving that much though. There was a Mikhail's onto Crisp too. They don't blow the cleanse, which was on cooldown for Jackal. All the Mikhail's. Bit of a free ultimate there from Taeyeon. Not getting that much value. Hans is underwhelming, IMO. He's been the most consistent member of G2 by far, I think. And I think while he's not been as explosive, I think Hansam has been very, very consistent. My dream Western team is Kana-inspired Caps, Yeon, and Mickey. I mean, right now, I'm not sure I'd pick Caps. I think Caps right now, for the first time in a while, is outside of the top 3 from the LEC mid laners from this split. I think the 3 best LEC mid laners this split were Humanoid, Vladdy, and Nuke. I think those are the 3 best mid laners in LEC. And I don't think Caps is top 3. He's not played well this split. Humanoid, have you watched Humanoid this split? Humanoid has been very good this split. Yeah, he's had his ints, but I think he's been better than Caps by far. Like, Caps is definitely not in the top 3 for me. I think he's struggled. Caps is better than Vlad in the G2KC match? I don't even think that's true, is it? Caps has caught out of position a bunch of times. Vladdy on the Silas was still very good even in the game that they lost. And I think after that point, Vladdy outvalued. Atacon still up and available here in this game, though. Top esports looking to get that vision line again. Just look how dominant their vision control is. Just W have no idea what's happening. And they're gonna... Like, I get it that it is still only a 2,000 gold lead. W have actually managed to stabilize quite well, but... You know, Dragon's up in a minute. Atacon's up now. Top esports get that vision line back for themselves. Have advanced notice of where WE are on the map. And WE, they're the ones which have to play much more reactively. Hook misses. Monkey gets that wall stun, but can't get the Impale. The E was buffered. The E was pressed before the CC landed. Hops over the wall, even though the wall stun comes through very, very close. Good reactions there from Jackal. Needed. Imagine if Xiao had done that earlier with some Zhonya's or something. Crazy, isn't it? Okay, Atacon started up. No flash, no Impale from Monkey. Big loss. Asher comes through, lands onto Ornn, who goes unstoppable. Decent damage onto him, but again, he's the tankiest guy in the whole goddamn map. Comes through with the call of the Forge God. Where's it going? Goes towards Cube, and the flash, the Skarner. If there's no smite, that's going to be bad for your Atacon, and that's a great arrow from Cream. Karis forced out of the fight. He doesn't have teleport, won't be able to join that well. Cream might be able to even flash forward for a chain. So, now what do Top Esports do? Do they go Dragon for the soul points. They go Atacon. They're going Atacon right now. And it looks like there's Shield the other side of the map. I mean, Baron is available too. They have their choice of objectives. Renekton's going to take the Dragon. Top Esports say, well, we're not going to go towards that Dragon. Cube will solo that out. Ezreal should be able to spot that out, actually. They should be seeing that. Atacon will be taken by Top Esports. Monkey up in 10 seconds. Pushing in other lanes. So it's going to be Dragon started WE, so Top Esports forgoing Soul Point, instead taking the immediate benefit of Atacon, the XP and Adaptive Force it gives him, the on-kill effect. Not sure I love that. I think Ocean Soul is nasty as hell for Top Esports. Caps was very bad in regular season last year, but we stomped Fnatic in every final. But then you look back to winter of this split, right? You look back to this year, and he was worse than Vladdy. Vladdy outplayed him by far in the finals. Vladdy was by far the best mid laner in those finals. Jackie Love. Oh, good damage there, actually. It's through this last opposition. Oh my god, Vampire. Very nearly staked. Has that flash, trying not to use it, and maybe being rewarded for it, actually. Jackie Love gets shuffled away, but has an E. Anyway, Karras gets the kill. Chris now going down as well. Maybe Vampire has baited them in, but no. 369 comes to play again. Where's Cream? Trying to get some damage on the back of it. Taeyeon now made to free fire. Cube going forwards. Does he have empowered abilities? He does, but he's got a Starix as well. Kanavi, a little bit of damage, jumping forwards to the hook, cancels out the dash. Really well played. Vampire somehow baiting Top Esports into die. That might be something which we can leverage to take that mid lane out of turret. Cream can recall, teleport back out onto the map, though. I have no idea how Vampire survived through all of that. I thought he was going to be completely picked off for free. Not to be the case. Well played. Teleport into the mid turret now. Can it save it completely? No, it'll die just afterwards. Cream back out onto the map, though. Very nearly assassinating multiple people in the backline. Top Esports a reality check there. Jackie Love going too far. Managed to hit some blind skill shots. That was good. Jumps over again. Hits the W afterwards. W into the ult. Wolves block the next bit. Very close on that next Q. If he hits that, it's fine. Slow on the reaction for his flash this time, though. Takes a lot of damage. No QSS on him. And then Karras gets the soldiers in place. No, I think Cream does a good job of answering in kind, I suppose, but huge mistake there from Jackie Love to go too far off of vision. Great bait by Vampire, knowing the rest of the team is around. I don't think he necessarily expected it to work out like that, but it ended up working out in their favor. Great hook at the end of this from Vampire to get the return kill. Alright, 3 items for Jackie Love, 3 items for Taeyeon, both working towards their 4th. 1,000 gold lead in the mid lane, so Karras ahead of Cream for now. And he has the feats of strength, which are pretty good right now. It's a cheaper upgrade for less effect, but makes it much easier to buy in mid game. Vampire is so good, Holy, you can't doubt this guy. Vampire is so bad, Brody, you can't doubt, you can't believe this guy. You see, I can say things on the internet too. I can also just say things on the internet too, you know? Like, this guy has had an okay game so far, and it's on his best champion. However, even on his best champion, he's been made to look quite mortal against Top Esports a lot of the time. There's a flash on Monkey, who does have Impale. Knavi uses his ultimate, actually throws Monkey back from that now. Not actually sure that's the best target to be taking. Flash knock-up onto Taeyeon, who doesn't have flash himself. 369 can't end up getting towards him as well. Taeyeon stunned in space light, but can't quite get enough value. Nautilus ult used onto the Nautilus himself, and oh, Vampire. That one is the mortality of man. You've been trying to flee with unholy immortality. Better fight for 369. Top Esports and crew this time. 369, I said not for 369. I actually had a very good fight last time. Don't know why I said that. It's just the first name on my my list. Was that a 2 for 1, 3 for 1, was it? 2 for 1. Top Esports pushing into the enemy jungle though. I can also say things like Knight is being carried by this BLG team. Yes, but you know that's a lie. You know that's a lie, and you wouldn't say such evil things. Cream could dash over the wall. 2 levels up on Cube. He's using his empowered abilities, and that's a bit of a problem. Doesn't have the Dominus either. Cream pulls that now. By the way, it does have an AP scaling on it. Gets control of the side lane. Cube doesn't have teleport. Dragon in a minute. So Cream will be able to push in towards top side. Now, Dragon is up, but Baron is also a... Well, Dragon's coming up in a minute. Cube not having teleport and being forced out of the side lane means that W can't even push up that top lane to get vision control. Look, again, the vision control from top esports is so much better. WE have not been able to get vision at all. Now Baron's getting started. Teleport in coming through from the Azir. Karras is quite strong. Cream is spotted over the wall here. That might help them a little bit more. Ornn stunned, but does get the reactivation. No flash on Vampire. Can they take the easy kill? E in from Cream. Get some value there. Empowered ability from Cube now. No kills go down. Mid lane left open. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Top is not really finding what they wanted. And they lose the call of the Forge God importantly. Kanavi about to get his flash back up. Tane still no summons. Karras, no ultimate. Does have that Zhonya's. Perk onto Ornn. Not sure about that one. Why are you engaging onto the tank? Why did you engage onto the tank? Vampire might have just thrown the engage, which loses WE the game. Engaging onto the full tank Ornn, the tankiest person on the map. Top esports will claim up and completely wipe WE off of an ill-fortuned engage from WE. It wasn't onto Jackalope. It wasn't onto Cream. It was onto 369's Ornn. That might have just thrown the game. This was a very competitive game before that point. That has thrown the game. A poor engage coming through from WE. Cost them the entire team. Clean ace. Top esports will walk towards the Nexus off of a mistake from Vampire and crew. Couldn't turn things around. Top esports using that shielding from Karma to walk forwards, keep themselves alive, a demolish onto the tower, and a victory in just about 32 minutes. A little slower than the last one, which is under 25, but WE forced to 5 and 10. Again, the gap between mid-table and top-table team very much shown here in this series. So anyone want to tell me that was good from Vampire now? Anyone want to tell me that now? How are you feeling about that one, folks? How do you feel when your favorite player throws a series? Right, so WE down to 4 and 10, 5 and 10 rather. So they are a series ahead of NIP, but they are firmly in 8th place right now. Vampire is goated. His team is shit. Well, he fits in with the team then, doesn't he, after a game like that? Fantastic. Everyone's seeming real quiet right now. All the Vampire fans seem real quiet right now. Alright, top esports, another 2-0 for them. They're much better on the macro. The vision control was the biggest thing which happened here, folks. The vision control was huge. Yeah. It was a huge difference, though. Right, I need to see if is Sam back? I don't think he is. Just here for the Vampire memes. I'm here to see the suffering of Vampire fans. You all have been in my chat long enough to yeah. You've been in my chat too much. I gotta do a purge, you know. When is LEC playoffs? We have a break week and then we're back the weekend after, I'm pretty sure. I think the first weekend dates were put out on the LEC Twitter. Aragon was online earlier, I thought he was. I thought I saw his stream earlier. Yeah, he's live. He's live. What do I think of Koi recently? A lot better than they were. I think that... Yeah, I think that Madrid really woke something up in them. I think they're clearly like a top 4 team, but I don't think they're top 3. I think they're below the top 3, but they're comfortably 4th, 5th. Yeah, hydrated? I will do. The difference between vision control and macro is absolutely insane. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I don't think Sam's in. I think he would have come to say hi otherwise. Okay. Who do I think is currently the best team in the West? I don't watch enough LTA to speak about that. I think, well, I mean, regular season Fnatic are good. It's just whether they have the drop-off. I mean, I think Fnatic are playing better than... I mean, I think Fnatic KC are close, but I think it's between them and Europe. I don't think G2's at that level right now. I don't think it's clearly KC. I think the Upset's been on fantastic form. I think Mickey's the best support in Europe, even though Targa's been playing better recently. And yeah, I guess we just have to see what individual forms like. I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy to see either KC or Fnatic winning, right? I think they're both good at peak. G2 have looked well off base though. I think their drafts have been well overcooking. I think other players are saying that now in interviews too. I think Flack had said that post-series the other day. Okay folks, I'm gonna head off. If you're on YouTube, thanks for enjoying the show. Remember to drop a like, subscribe, comment, because we don't get paid for doing this. I'm burning out like hell delivering you content like this, so I hope you enjoy it.